problem is you think you have time.
My name is Alexander, and I am the convener for Ileap. Ileap is just about an idea, an initiative to shape culture in our city. We want to shape the culture in leadership. We want to shape the culture in entrepreneurship, in apprenticeship, and in partnership as well. That's what we call innovation. We want to change things and make it work better in our community, in our society, amongst the young people who are in business, who are in career, who are in leadership. We just want to create that environment for them to be more innovative and for them to be more creative and have an excellent experience with whatever they are doing in their business, in their career, and in their leadership. So this is just the beginning of something great in our society, in our community. We want to encourage every young person in this city, in our state, in our country, Nigeria, to sit up and brace up, because we've come with something amazing to change our community.
I'm looking forward to having an amazing time at the Ileap Summit. It's something about innovation and entrepreneurship, and as a creative, I look forward to learning from the amazing speakers that are going to be here this morning so I can innovate in my own career as an artist.
All about learning, great insight, innovation, creativity for your business if you're a young entrepreneur.
So today we're going to be talking about how partnership affects all that, how it helps us to access and leverage and upscale whatever business endeavors, whatever entrepreneurship that we're involved in.
Ileap really represents culture shaping and transformational leadership, and I do think that at the end of this event, people will be transformed and newness will be birthed. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexander, and I am the convener for Ileap. Ileap is just about an idea, an initiative to shape culture in our city. We want to shape the culture in leadership. We want to shape the culture in entrepreneurship, in apprenticeship, and in partnership as well. That's what we call innovation. We want to change things and make it work better in our community, in our society, amongst the young people who are in business, who are in career, who are in leadership. We just want to create that environment for them to be more innovative and for them to be more creative and have an excellent experience with whatever they are doing in their business, in their career, and in their leadership. So this is just the beginning of something great in our society, in our community. We want to encourage every young person in this city, in our state, in our country, Nigeria, to sit up and brace up, because we've come with something amazing to change our community. Thank you very much. I'm still Alexander.
Okay, I'm at the Ileap conference. The Ileap conference basically is a conference that it's put together to inspire, to educate, and also to challenge our minds to take the necessary leap, to take the leap, that leap that will push us to the next level in terms of our ideas, our innovations, our creativity. Either you're an entrepreneur or you are an entrepreneur and entrepreneur. It's a conference for you to come get inspired and take that next leap to your next level.
Learning today is going to be all about learning, great insight, innovation, creativity for your business. If you're a young entrepreneur, a leader, this is the place to be. So if you're not here, you better be coming.
Hello, good morning. My name is Olumati Isaiah and I am at Ileap. Today is such an exciting moment for people to learn. Ileap really represents culture shaping and transformational leadership. And I do think that at the end of this event, people will be transformed and newness will be birthed. Thank you.
So today we're going to be talking about how partnership affects all that, how it helps us to access and leverage and upscale whatever business endeavors, whatever entrepreneurship that we're involved in. That's basically why we're here.
My name is Para Jason and I'm the winner of The Voice Nigeria Season 4. I'm looking forward to having an amazing time at the Ileap Summit. It's something about innovation and entrepreneurship, and as a creative, I look forward to learning from the amazing speakers that are going to be here this morning so I can innovate in my own career as an artist.
Eyes will come, patrons, Nigeria's cold, obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The name of our heroes past shall never be in vain. So sad we call it shine down in freedom, peace and unity. Great mountain hearts are done to build a nation one peace and justice shine. Hallelujah.
Please put your hands together for Prayer Jason. That was outstanding. No, that's not enough. That's not enough. He is the winner of the Voice Challenge, so you know. Okay, he's a leaper. So one more time for Prayer Jason. Okay, following the next order of program, we would like to have a keynote address from the convener of Ileap, Mr. Alex. Please put your hands together as he makes his way to the podium.
Happy holiday. It's holiday, right, today? Alright, so wow. It's been, yeah, I know I'm supposed to give an official keynote address for this, but just allow me to take my time and express how I feel about this whole thing. Unofficially, it's been 10 years. It's been 10 years of carrying a dream, being pregnant for something and being scared at the same time, trying to think when you should do it, the right time. Will it succeed? Will it fail? And fighting all of those fears in your heart over 10 years. And in the midst of the 10 years, there's been times where we decided not to do it anymore. because it felt like everything was working against us. And somehow we woke up again and decided to dust the dream. And they say the rest is history. So for me and my team as well, we decided to put the theme for this first. This is our maiden edition, our very first edition. So we decided to call it Take a Leap, because I actually took a leap with this. I mean, I was scared doing it. I was really, really scared doing it. But I said, it's better doing it fearfully than not doing it at all. So, and I'm standing here today to do this not because everything was right, everything was perfect, but because of courage to take a leap forward into the next phase of my journey. And that's what I think the keynote should be. We've put this together to just encourage young people, whoever they are, wherever they are, whatever they're doing, whatever decisions they're making, to take a leap in their business, in their career, and to also let them know that you never get to see the best of you until you take a leap. You never get to experience the next level of you until you take a leap. So this is a meeting where we want to shape the culture in leadership. We want to shape the culture in entrepreneurship, in apprenticeship and partnership. We want young people to start thinking innovatively. We want to ask, please relax and have a wonderful summit and try and connect with everyone, try and have a wonderful experience in this summit. Try to put up the best that we can just to make sure that you have a wonderful experience, and I assure you that you would have a wonderful experience. So I want to welcome you all and wish you the very best of this summit, the maiden edition, Take a Leap. And I know that your lives, your career, your businesses will never be the same again. So from me, Alexander, and me, Alex, I want to welcome you to Ileap 1.0. Thank you all for coming. And it's a pleasure to have you there. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Okay. Ready? Okay. Damola Soros co-founded Pastures, a sustainable grocery supply company in Nigeria, which under his leadership is becoming a leading provider of sustainable food solutions. He holds a BSc degree in psychology, a master's degree in social psychology, and agricultural and business management. Previously, he was the general manager at The Living Farm and co-founded Glove Concept, a food processing company. He also served as executive administrator for Hill City Foundation, a non-profit providing scholarships and empowerment to young indigent persons. He speaks at conferences and events, and his insights have been featured in publications like Business Day. He is married to Reverend Suarez, and they are blessed with Olaoluwa Suarez. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Ileap Summit stage, Oladamola Suarez.
Hands are not too busy, please. Put your hands together. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Good morning. Can I see excited people here this morning? Good morning. Good morning. Can I see innovative people here this morning? Good morning. Good morning, sir. Thank you. Such an awesome opportunity to be with us this morning. I will like to specially thank the conveners of this event. Thank you, Mr. Alex and team. We can see them, all around putting things together. Please, can you help me celebrate Mr. Alex and team? All right, but most importantly, the primary reason why all of the resources, all that these have been put together today for us to come experience ourselves, for us to come sharpen ourselves, is because of you. Please, can you help me celebrate yourself? Okay, so this morning we're going to be looking at something very crucial. This happens to be we are all opportune to be the first partakers of this blessing called Ileap. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? This is the first edition, right? And I trust that we'll see the second, the third, the 10th, and some of us will look back and say, oh wow, I was a part of that conference. Because the Bible says the path of the righteous only shines brighter and brighter, right? So it means this will only get better and better. So please, can we all celebrate ourselves, because we are the first partakers, we are the first beneficiaries of this conference. Just imagine for some people who tend to be doing business, probably who their businesses may even be domiciled in dollars, and then one night the dollar was about 400 naira, and you wake up the next morning, it's about 900 naira. So it means that the value of your money has been wiped away by 50%, right? So it can be challenging, it can be doubting, and you're wondering, really, can I really take a leap in the event where a lot of us are trying to look for escape opportunity? Can we still take a leap? Can we still look at being innovative even in the midst of all the challenging times? And so that's primarily what we're trying to look at in this conference, as we challenge our mind to dare to make a difference in our society. Today, my goal is to inspire you. My goal is to inspire your mind. My goal is to challenge you. My goal is to ensure that we can create a mind shift in looking at truly what innovation is. You know, many times when we talk about innovation, we think innovation is to just be one big thing. And for some people now, especially in the era where we are very, very conversant with the technology, when you think innovation also has to be technological, right? But you know, even in the tech space, we say that business is not about sitting behind the computers and just pressing some codes together. You need to be out there in the field. So for some people, when you're looking from afar, you think innovation is it's one copious thing, it's one huge thing at a time that you just need to move from. That just looks like you just need to transform overnight. No, but that's not what innovation, necessarily is. So we're going to be looking at how can we take the necessary steps, how can we get innovative. Mind you, the end game is how can I be a change agent in my society. Permit me to tell you this morning that there is no big breakthrough that is cheap. Tell anyone, say no breakthrough is cheap. Can I hear you say that, or say no breakthrough is cheap? And so, I would like to just share a bit of my entrepreneurial journey with us. I remember just to talk about what innovation, sometime in 2016, although before then I tried to start a business that on the day of when the business started, the business failed. Do you understand what I'm saying? The day the business started, that was the day it failed. Because after stepping out to get in the field, and I started getting feedback from customers, I just told myself that this thing cannot work. And I just went back, packed all the books, packed all the files, packed everything, and just put them in a trash. And so sometime again, that's enough to think that, man, come on, this entrepreneurial thing, do you think you are built for it? Do you think you can, do you think you are meant for it? But sometime in 2016 again, I was just in a conference, sitting like this, and I had someone come speak to us at that conference. And he kept talking about how he started from, his business journey and how he has moved on to winning all manner of brands. And he was just speaking out. He was also he was talking about the agri space and sharing his entrepreneurial journey, how things have been, how, in the midst of all the challenges, he kept moving on, and he has won $5,000, he has won $10,000. And I was just sitting there, and I was literally picturing myself in this guy. And so immediately after that conference, there was a stirring up, there was a mind shift, and I was like, if this guy from point zero can get this done, that means I can also, and without having any understanding of what the entrepreneurial space is, I started looking up, all of the vocabularies around what startup is, what does it mean to raise funding, what does capital mean, as basic as having zero knowledge, started engaging and putting myself under the necessary learning. And so sometime along the line again, in 2017, So we decided to step out. We wanted to do, there is the idea of it has to look big, and we wanted to go into processing, food processing. And I said, well, all I just wanted to do there was plantain processing. I didn't want to. So I was discussing with then the national chairman of the plantain association. And he said, you know what, rather than do flour, why not do chips? I said, me, fried plantain chips, come on, how? Do you understand? It looked so demeaning. You know the way we can feel big sometimes with, I just finished BSc, my master's, I'm going to fried plantain chips, come on. And so I went to Firo, and while in the class I was teaching, I was hearing that this same class I was sitting, someone came into this class and the person is currently exporting pap. The person is exporting pap. This same class I was sitting, the founder of which was here. People who came into that same space, taking something that looks demeaning and adding value to them and putting innovative ideas into it and making them go global. Something sparked up in my brain. And we started looking, really, how can we redo this? And that was how we went out and remodeled all of the things I wanted. And I knew, and the extra innovation or the extra value we were just going to put to this was packaging the chips, getting the necessary number. And what were we selling? We just started selling brand. Reliable brand, health, and all of those kind of things. Can you notice this? Just by adding innovative strategies to something simple, we can take it. Like I tell people now, apparently I sell tomato and pepper. That's what I sell currently. I know some of us wonder, I say, it's tomato, pepper, or your cabbage. That's what I'm selling. The only difference between me and the woman and the sweet is just the business model. Are we here together? So what is innovation? What really is innovation? Innovation isn't just about innovating something entirely new. Your innovative strategies doesn't have to be new. It doesn't have to, it's just about you seeing problems from a fresh perspective, developing creative solutions. It's about finding way to make life better for people. It's about value. It's about value. When we talk about innovation, it's about value. So the question I ask you is that you're doing, how is it improving the quality of life of people? And mind you, you can innovate across different areas. Either you can innovate as an entrepreneur or you can innovate as an entrepreneur. You can innovate either as a business or you can even innovate within the social or voluntary space. You can innovate around a product, you can innovate around services, and you can innovate around process. I think I'm better at innovating around processes. One of the things I've discovered, I found myself that I innovate better around process. I can come into a place, I can come into an organization, and I see the way things are working there, and I can see, we can find the efficient and effective way to do these things better. Or some people, they can look at a product and they can find a way to tweak it and add more. And if you discover that there is no product that is the best of it, every product keeps increasing. The day your product stops, it's innovate or die. The day your product or your service or your process stands still from innovating, it starts dying. And those are the things that happen to a couple of businesses. When you hear that a business went out of extinction or a business is challenged, what happened? It's because the business failed to innovate. It failed to keep adding value. Something else came up. Of course, I know some of us would have heard of the story of Kodak. Kodak then, how many of us to watch film? You watch. After you smile, you watch the film those days. What happened? One of the founders came and mentioned to the company, introduce digital cameras to them and all that, but they didn't value it there. They said, it wasn't necessary. In fact, they were innovating around what they think was the space, which may make sense to them. And they refused to look in that direction, and that guy went and sold it to another company, and that was how many of us still watch film today? You see, businesses, we say that business ideas necessarily don't die, or business models. Because when you set out to begin either that business or whatever problem you wanted to add value to, whatever problem you intended to solve, when you went out there to start solving that problem, and you leave the business, for those of us who have probably started business or who have probably started doing something before, those problems you wanted to solve, when you stopped doing it or when the business finally failed in hand, did those problems leave? No. They didn't leave. So the business idea didn't fail, but your business model, your execution strategies failed. Are we together, please? So when we look at innovation, it doesn't have to be one big thing. It can be as simple as tweaking this, and that's why you see, especially people. The interesting is that people around the technology space, they found a way to, induce, and it's about innovation is about a mindset. What happens is that because in that space, the idea of innovation or innovating to get better is so ingrained and inbuilt in them. And it's the same way I tell people that irrespective of the space you find yourself, irrespective of that which you are doing, there can always be a better way of improving in value. There is nobody who is of value that can be rejected. So long as you can keep adding value to your space, so long as you can keep adding value to whatever it is you're doing, because whatever it is that people are exchanging for people, it's all about value. No one rejects a man of value. So the question to you this morning is, how are you innovating? How are you improving? How are you adding value to your space? Is in adding value to your space or to that place or that thing that your hand finds doing that you add value to your world? And it's very easy to think that when I arrive, then I will start adding value to my work. No, you will never arrive. Because opportunity of a lifetime is in the lifetime of that opportunity. And you discover that people only keep growing in value in the place of service. A man who has a service mindset, irrespective of what it is you're doing, you have a service mindset. You know that, at every space, at every point where I find myself, I keep putting myself into service. Whatever it is I'm doing, I want to serve in this space. You keep finding better ways to improve the quality and value of that space where you find yourself. So innovation is about finding a market value for an invention or ideas. It's about adding value and improving the quality of living for users. Invention is about finding something new. Innovation is about finding marketable. If it's not marketable, if the users cannot find value in that invention, then it's not an innovation. Do you understand what I'm saying? Invention is finding something new. But there are many inventions that are not innovative. So long as there are no market value, so long as users. And that's why we don't think, when you are innovating, you don't think of the product first. As business people or people who want to go into entrepreneurship or people who have idea, or people who want to create it, you are very more passionate about your idea than how it is impacting people. Many of us hold on so much to idea, even when the idea is failing. I got this thing from a revelation. This thing is so and it is not making any. You are so interested in the idea more than the value it is, and more than the people you are creating. You don't create solutions for yourself. You create solutions for people. Any solution that is not impacting the customer, the audience. Now, permit me, because I'm in the business space, so it's natural for me to speak like a business. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'll be using things like customer. So just whatever I'm saying, find a way to fix yourself inside. If you are I use entrepreneur. Entrepreneur means you're working within a business. Entrepreneur of the examples. So don't get so stuck on the ideas, even when it doesn't have any innovative value on your customer, that you are not willing to let it go. Your innovation is not about you, it's about the customer. And that's why many times you must start from that point. In my experience of doing business, at a point, every time we want to get up, we can assume a lot for the customers. We think that the customer, sometimes the customer truly needs these things. But you need to go out and really ask, do they really need it? And even if they need it, are they willing to offer value? Are they willing to, is it something that they are willing to exchange value for? For instance, I ask you this. If I come with a bottle of water in this room now, and I tell you that that water is 10,000 naira, will you want to pay me for it? Will you want to pay me for it? A bottle of water from the freshest of spring. Awesome, cold, chill. You know, when you drink, feel like all the heat in Nigeria will just evaporate from your body. 10,000 naira only. You refuse, right? But if I find you in Sahara Desert, after 3 days of dry, confirmed fast, you know, you've not tasted water, and I bring that same bottle of water for you for 100,000 naira, what would you do? What happened? Value. So quickly, finding your innovative. Wow, they've gotten to number 3. I'm yet to start that one. Finding your innovative path. Number 1 is find your core. In finding your innovative path, you know, I just mentioned something to Ross quickly that I discovered that personally I have a need for innovating around process. Now, finding your core talks about your whole existence, your passion, your leaning, your purpose. What are you naturally gifted at identifying problems and creating solutions for? You need to understand what's that thing that is core about you. Finding your core involves identifying your path to impact, your relevance. What is that passion and what is that thing that is core to your existence? Identifying your passion area is the fuel that will propel you on your innovative journey. What's that thing that fuels you, even when things look challenging? Because truly, the path to innovation is not one that is always interesting. It's not one that is interesting. And we'll get towards failure soon. You know, a lot of us don't like to talk about failure. We don't like. A lot of us, we attribute failure to negative things, but we'll get there soon. So when you understand this core, when you understand this about your essence, what's that thing that I'm most interested in, something that tickles something in me, and every time I face myself within this space, I find some level of energy and strength. I'm passionate about it. I'm purposeful about it. You need to be able to sit down and ask yourself, what's that pushes me? What do I live for? And when you're able to identify this, your core essence, that fuels you, then you have begun your journey towards innovating. Because guess what? You will always find problem around that space. Your eye, your niche, your senses will be wired to find challenges within that space. And what I've discovered is that one of the places to find your essence, your core, is in the place of service. Serve your gifts. Serve in different areas. Whatever it is, even in your place of work. Like even if I'm in a paid employment, I see that as an opportunity for service. Even in dealing with my customers, in dealing with the people. You know, of late, something struck me. I said, do you know that I should treat my customers? You know, we're used to say, oh, treat your customers as king. But I just thought, really, I should treat my customers as gods. Because really, they are valuable. And you know, in treating them as gods that they are, I can also demand the same level of value. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's because I place you can't give value, you can't give what you don't have. If I don't place value on you, if I don't place value on myself, I can't give you value. It's because I know that I'm valuable. I know that there's something about me that is great, that is awesome. And with that same sense, when you see people treat people as trash, they are coming from a place of inferiority. They're probably expressing their own sense of insecurity. You know, it's, of course, I study psychology. You know that I'm not doing business, so you understand what I'm trying to say. So the level of value you place on yourself in the place of understanding you have a core, you have purpose, you have passion, you have strength, you have gifting, you have ability, you have potential, you have something that your world waits for. You have something that your world is yearning for. That
will always propel you to always seek to want to add value to others. Every time you look at people, every time you come around a confronting or a challenging situation, what's ringing in your head is not how challenging this thing is, but it's how can I be of value to this space. To find, to add value or to find, to be innovative, you need to embrace curiosity. You need to embrace curiosity. An educated mind is a curious mind. I like to share with people that the essence of our education is to create curiosity, to create a curious mind. Many people say, why am I in school? Why am I? Even if you don't like the course or whatever it is that you're studying in school, or you don't even like the educational process or the educational system, one of the value that education gives to you is that it enables you to be able to think in abstract terms. So it means that education can enable you to think, to bring what is not into what is. I know people in the faith say, education actually enables your mind, stretches your mind, and that's why it's only in the classroom that they can tell you, assume X equals this. They can't assume X equals that. Do you understand? But in the classroom, you'll be assuming even what is not assumable. In the classroom is where they'll tell you, in economy, say, assuming that every economic factor is normal. Can economic factor be ever normal? Especially in this part that we are in. But in classroom, you can assume it is normal. And create things that are not, values that are not. You create value for X. You can't create value for it. What happened? It is stretching your mind to think in abstract terms. They teach you the research methodology. You go out there in the field, you find problems, you're looking for hypothesis, you are creating assumed statements. It's only in classrooms you can create assumed statements. That's the power of education. What happens? Some level of creative thinking, innovative thinking is being stirred up in you. And if you submit yourself to that process, you see your mind will be sharpened. So irrespective of how we think the educational system may be good or may not be good, many times some people also assume that, how come after all, what about this person? What about that person? They didn't finish school, they dropped out, Let me explain the story of many of these dropouts. Is that these guys are too excellent, they are too, they've been able to stretch their mind on their innovative thinking that they are so good to share professors with all of us in classroom. So they get some funding, leave the classroom, we are not all sharing, then they get professors that are training them personally. Do you understand what I'm saying? You think that you will just wake up and give a 18, 19, 20-year-old boy millions of dollars to just that, you won't give him mentorship. You won't give him coaching. So the education that me and you are struggling to have in 100 people's class, they are having it personally. Do you get what I'm trying to say? An educated mind is a curious mind. Only a curious mind can find things. And like I said before, it's the glory of God to hide a thing, and it is the honor of kings to search it out. Be a king in your space. Be a king. Many times, of course, it's easy for us to say, see a man that is diligent in his work, he will stand before king. Why can't I be the king people are standing in front of? Why must I be diligent? Can't I grow beyond the level of being a diligent man and become a king that people stand in front of? It's my challenge to you this morning. As you get into this space, as you stretch your mind, as you get on the journey of your, whatever it is you are in, either in your career space, and mind you, this journey we're talking about can happen within any level, at any space, whether you want to be an entrepreneur, you want to run a full career, you want to go into a social space, you want, whatever space you want to find yourself, you can be the lead. You can, take the lead in that space. And you suffice to know that leadership always emerges in the face of chaos. It's in the place of challenge, it's in the place of problem, it's in the place of issues that leaders always emerge. Mind you, leaders are not prepared in the face of problem. In leadership, in fact, you prepare yourself when there is no problem. People prepare for war when there is peace. So at this place where you feel like everything is comfortable and everything is fantastic, that's where you should be educating yourself more. That's where you should be challenging yourself. That's where you should be looking for possible problems to solve. Because when there is stability, people don't learn. You are camping for survival first. So when there is peace, that's when you prepare for war. And when war comes, people who have been preparing emerge. And that's why you see during the COVID, the last experience, Category Kings business emerged. Some of the businesses who have been building stuff, suddenly the likes of Zoom, the likes of all of the one point, and when we had the crisis of what do you call it now? Cash in January or February or so last year, suddenly the fintech space within the country suddenly they blew up. Challenges, problems. Every time there are problems, leaders emerge. People who have been preparing themselves. So the question I'm asking is that now there is peace. What are you preparing yourself for? What space are you creating for yourself? What's that you are building? What are you building? What are you innovating around? What are you creating solutions for? What are you creating value for? What value are you adding to yourself? What value are you adding to your space? You add value to yourself, you add value to your space. Curiosity is the key to unlocking new ideas, uncovering hidden talent. Curiosity is the key to unlocking ideas and unlocking new opportunities, new ideas. So you need to have a curious mind. Innovations can never happen in a vacuum. Who are you collaborating with? Where are you collaborating? Do you belong to hubs? Do you belong to spaces? Who are the people you are putting around yourself? Who are your circles? I can actually be able to. I tell people, don't look at how people treat you. Look at how they treat other people. I can look at you and study your circle of influence and be able to determine the kind of person that you. Even if you come and tell me, I'm a very serious person, and all the people around you, all the people you sit down with, they are very, very unserious. All the people that are around you look like they are not pursuing anything, they are not doing anything significant. But you say, see me, I'm very good, I'm very diligent, and you're actually showing that you're diligent. But your circle is not. It's just a matter of time. Do you understand? It's just a matter of time. So what circles do you find yourself? Who are the people you are connecting with? Who are the people you are collaborating with? In this space of emerging, your circles are very, very important. And that's why in conferences like this, meetings like this, that's where you come to. And when you come to those gatherings, you hear words, you hear things that challenge your mind. I told you earlier, I was in a conference. Probably I thought I was doing good or I was fantastic at the level where after all, I went out, started a business, the business failed on the first day, I closed market and came back in, But I was in the conference, I was hearing things, I was hearing what, and words are powerful. Words are powerful. It is through words that men go to war. It is words that is powerful. In fact, your existence, your being, everything about you is created by words. Even your marriage, words. The government say you are now married. It's just a proclamation of words. Your house, the land you think you have now is words, whether written or spoken. Every of the creation we have now, they are being brought into existence through words. Whether it's government that is issuing the word, whether it's you that is issuing, irrespective of me, that's how powerful our words are. That's how powerful the words you hear are. Who are you listening to? What's shaping your mind? What's shaping your narrative? Who is challenging you? Who is stirring you up? You need to be very, very sensitive. What I keep saying, guide your heart. You need to guide your heart. You need to guide your heart. Because out of it will flow the issue. Out of it will flow your decision. Out of it will flow your inspiration. Out of it will flow all that you will become. You are a product of the words you have been hearing all your life. Do you understand what I'm saying? The value of the life you are living now is a product of all that you have learned, either from primary school, from secondary school, from all the friends. You are a product of the sum total of all the words that you have heard all of your life. So who are you collaborating with? Who are you embracing? Who are you meeting with? Who are you engaging with? What network, what circles are you finding yourself? Engage with people from diverse fields. Have an open mind. Be ready for interaction. Be ready for your minds to be challenged. Don't see, There is nothing that has so succeeded that cannot fail, and there is nothing that has failed that cannot succeed. So don't think that you are varied. Oh, I'm there. Oh, no, we are the best. We are doing this, and you think that there are no room for improvement. There is always room for improvement. Participate in events, hubs, networks, conferences, hangouts, industry activities. You can draw inspiration from such gatherings. Embrace failure. Embrace failure. If there is one soft skill you must learn on your innovative journey, is the mastery of failure. Because on this journey, I failed, I've succeeded, I'm still failing, and I'm still succeeding. But it's not about the failing process, it's the attitude. What we're talking when we say embracing failure, is the attitude and the response to failure. Is the attitude and the response to failure. What's your response? What's your attitude? And you see, for some of us, the reason why we are not taking the bold step, the reason why we are not taking the leap, is because we have allowed the failures or the shortcomings or the blockers. In fact, whenever I'm experiencing a failure, I say, oh, I'm having some blockers. I'm not failing, I'm having some blockers. When you see it as blocker, what do you do to blockers? What do you do to blockers? You remove it. So when I say I'm having some blockers, so they are stumbling blocks. Sometimes even those blockers or those stumbling blocks can even become stepping stones. So when I experience challenging situations, they are just blockers. So what do? I'm thinking, how do I eliminate these blockers? How do I remove these blockers? How do I create environment? What do I need to do? And when you begin to see those failures or those tough times or those challenging times or those, I'm sure that even in the preparation of this conference, there were blockers. True or true? I'm sure probably 1 week or 2 weeks ago, the convener has even thought of postponing it. It's possible. And there is no one on this innovative journey, no one who has emerged into something significant that has not experienced blockers. So why do you think you are the first? Or why do you think you'll be the last? In fact, for you to quit, even after you have failed, is a sign of pride. Come on, because many of us were scared of stepping again or going out again. Come on, what will people say about me? Well, he who is on the floor needs no fear to fall. You're already on the floor, why are you still ashamed of? Come on, you're already falling, you are failing. So if I fail, what's the esteem? Where is the pride? Come on. Get out there again. Go out there again, go and try again. If you get on the door and you knock, it's not opening, pull the door out. If they are not responding, break the door. Do what you can do. Don't let anything limit your progress. Don't let anything be a stumbling block. Remove all of those blockers. Find strategies. Engage people. As you go for conferences, as you engage with people, as you educate your mind, as you embrace curiosity, as you find solutions, you see that you find answers, you find ways, you find strategies, you find solutions, you find things to remove those blockers on your innovative journey. Failure is not the opposite of success. It's a stepping stone on the path to innovation. Finally, for our society, state, country to succeed, to emerge, to be that which we desire it to be, we need to build a critical mass of entrepreneurs who are innovative, because in their mind lies the prosperity of this country. In your mind, all of your creativity, in your mind lies the prosperity of this country. Because the greatest asset we have as a nation, the greatest asset we have as a society, the greatest asset we have as a people is your mind. So long as your mind keeps getting restless, it's looking for how to solve all of the problems and the challenges we are having, looking for innovative ways to tackle those things, then we'll keep solving our problem, one problem at a time. Innovation doesn't have to be radical. We don't need a major change once. We only need gradual and consistent shift in positive direction. Finally, no breakthrough is cheap. Thank you.
With all that knowledge, you need much more than that round of applause. Another one. Just, you know, that was a kind of sermon. It was a fine balance between his gingering us and if they holler for you. Like, if they holler, make you get wise, your mind. You know, see, this is why Ileap is really important. It's a conversation. The vision of Ileap is to gain global relevance and recognition. And with everything he said, you know that there is everything, you can implement it in every step for what he said. True or true? True or true? And who took notes? Because, you know, questions will come. Well, we have a big deal gift to give, so if you're the one that will answer the question, begin now to jot intentionally. Because when the time comes to ask questions and do the raffle, it is our brainers that will pick first. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Mr. Daniel. Usually it's ladies first, but we would like to bring her up right now. And if your hands are not too busy, are we already IT? Okay. So, are you having a good time so far? Ah, the thing is low. Are you having a good time so far? Also, if you need any, if you have an inquiry, the ushers are right on the aisle for the restroom or whatever it is you need for assistance as well. We're here to take care of you for the period of hours you're here. Thank you so much.
Aiba Afi Douglas is the lead consultant and director at Clean 360 Consulting Limited, with over 12 years of experience in home organization in the cleaning industry. Aiba has taken Clean 360 Consulting to enviable heights, making it a recognized leader in the industry, overseeing over 900 trained housekeepers serving private homes across Nigeria. Aiba has trained over 15 cleaners who now run successful cleaning firms. She also mentors over 40 cleaning business owners in the Cleaning Business Fellowship, helping them navigate the challenges of entrepreneurship. Aiba is married to renowned gospel artist Afi Douglas, and together they are proud parents of 3 children. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Ileap Summit stage, Aiba Afi Douglas.
If your hands are not too busy, please put your hands together and this is Aiba Afi Douglas. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. I'm so honored to be here. So I need to tell you that, and I need to tell you, and I'll tell you why I am telling you. Thank you, everyone who's a part of putting this together. So I need to tell you that bio that they read, in fact, they edited it. I edited it before I sent it, first of all. Then they edited it, and edited it again, and edited it again, and edited it again. I know, because you know the one, you probably read one on the flyers that they were sending, and I'm saying that because of what I'm going to talk about. If I was sitting where you were sitting, on the other side, say 8-7 years ago, I won't be talking about that bio. You know what? If I was sitting next to my husband, I'll be saying something like, because of the kind of person I was saying something like, Shebi is cleaning. They should have just said, let's welcome the cleaner. Like, what's all that? Please, who cut my bio? Did you not tell that I have certificates in British? I have UK certificates. Who cut that bio? Yeah. Because I said all that to introduce what I'm going to be talking about today, and it's titled A Leap on the Mundane. I took a leap on the mundane, and basically I'm just going to be sharing my business journey very briefly. Very, very briefly. Thank you, Damora, for also stealing some things from my notes. Thank you so much. Yeah. So are we ready to go? Can I just go? Okay, so I can just go on. All right, so I said I'm going to be talking about something I titled A Leap on the Mundane. And I'm going to be defining the mundane. I really wish they could see it so that we follow each other. Mundane refers to something that is ordinary, commonplace, or of everyday nature. It often implies something that is not particularly exciting, something that is not glamorous or unusual. I'm also going to be defining that in the context of business ideas. A mundane business idea, those ideas are not, they don't seem highly innovative, groundbreaking, but they still have potential to be successful and profitable. And I'm going to be sharing a few. In fact, the speaker before already talked about one, frying plantain chips. I was just looking at it when he was saying it, that's how I used to feel. Imagine me, you have done masters, you have done this, you have done that, and then you should go and fry plantain chips. Like, how mundane is that? When he was looking for it, I didn't want to expose, but I wanted to say mundane when you were looking for the word, but I didn't want to just say, mundane. I said, let me wait for my own. Let it say its one. So, I'm going to be sharing a few mundane prospective business ideas. And I will start, of course, number one, cleaning service, which is where I am thriving in currently. Cleaning services, with the increasing urban population, there's a growing demand for cleaning services in homes, offices, and commercial spaces. Laundry service. Many people in Nigeria, especially in urban areas, are too busy to do their laundry. So offering laundry services can be a profitable idea. Fast food, and I'm not just talking about Market Square and the likes of all that. Snack vending, setting up a small fast food or a snack vending business can be profitable, especially in business areas like market, school, and offices, complexes. And then I'm sure you can already tell, we have successful people who do like bole business, akara. I know there's an akara boy in Harcourt. And then what's the other thing I read there? Tapioca. I like tapioca, so I will remember tapioca. Who knows tapioca? Do you know that cassava that they used to, use coconut sometimes? Is it coconut, groundnut, and all those kinds of things? Yeah. So fast food. You have tutoring services. You have handyman. You're offering general repair and maintenance services for homes, businesses. Then home maintenance services, offering basic home maintenance and repair services. Like generator. There's somebody on Instagram who's generator girl. Who knows that person? The generator girl. Who are you following? Because I delved or dived into the mundane, or I took a leap on the mundane. I like to follow those kinds of people who are doing exceptional with something, like he said, that is seemingly ordinary. So you should look up the generator girl. Maybe I'll talk about her a little more. And then you have people who do shoes, shoemaker, like ordinary shoemaker, and they've taken it, out of the ordinary. I know somebody who does POP. She's a lady. I don't know about ladies. I mean, men do it too. But I think there's something about about when the women just leap into that area. They just take it somewhere. I don't know. The men are not big. I did not come to do women empowerment. I'm just saying, I happen to be a woman. So let me talk about people's view about the mundane. People may view mundane jobs in different ways depending on their perspective and circumstances. So there could be negative and there could be positive. So when I'm talking about this, rest assured I'm talking about, it's basically my journey. This was the feeling I had leaping on this, right? You must know that when I came out of school as well, or before I came out of school, I had a dream. I wanted to, I always say I wanted to climb up a career, whatever I was talking about, I didn't even know. But I would just tell you that I wanted to climb up a career ladder and look like the people, we used to admire the people that wear suits, even though we didn't know what they were doing. I didn't want to work in a bank, but I wanted to look like that. Like, I wanted to just look like those shakara people, sit down in AC, whatever they were doing, but I wanted to just follow a career path and be successful in that. So maybe I already had that kind of mindset or dream. So people view the mundane jobs in different ways depending on their perspective. I'll continue what I was saying, whether negative or positive. So, okay, let me just be looking on my phone, right? So the first one there, I said necessity. So people view mundane jobs as a necessity, and recognizing that these jobs provide a source of income stability, even if they're not particularly fulfilling or engaging. So that was me. I took a leap in this direction out of necessity. I wanted a source of income because I had just left, I was a civil servant. I had just left civil service. I was a civil servant from secondary, from SS, the last class, SS3, after my WAEC. My father was a civil service chairman, and so I got the job on a platter. When I got into the university, they did not sack me. I was a student with pay. So I was earning, but it was supposed to be study without pay. But I was, my father was the chairman, so I was earning in the university. And then when I graduated, I was promoted on student level. Then I graduated to grade 8. I think that's the first grade. I knew that was not the place for me because I would go to work and we would be watching Nollywood. There's a couch, you can sleep. You can stay there and cook a goosey soup, cook okra soup. You can buy Ankara, you can do everything without money. Then when the month ends, you have already, you don't have salary because you have cooked soup, you have finished the money, yeah? So I ran away, practically. I can't go into all that story, so I practically ran away from there because it was like my mind was, I was going. So I ran away from there, long story, and then came to Port Harcourt. Now, when I came to Port Harcourt as well, I still wanted to work in those kinds of places. So I went to look for jobs, my CV, went to LNG and all that. And they even finished my interview with the white man, and they were going to give me card. I don't know what the man just said. No, but what have you been doing, since you've been out of a job and all that? Then I had already started the business, but I had no commitment to it. And then I told him about the cleaning business, and then he seemed more interested in my business. I did not get the job. I don't know. He was just very interested. Oh, he talked about Nigerian people, youths, young people, and this, that, and that. I don't know. So when I came back, though, after my interview, I still told God, because I just came back, I was so tired. You know how the road used to be and everything. I just came back and I laid at the couch in my sitting room, and I was like, God, this is what I'm you. But it was like a prayer of, Lord, let your will be done. Because I was tired, the journey, the whole process and everything. The man gave me his number and all. I was supposed to start work at a particular time. They did not call me. They already told me where to go and pick up my access card and all this. That's how much. I didn't call them too. I don't know why. I just didn't call them. They didn't call me. I just heard. I was going to start as a cover-up. Somebody was going to leave for maternity, so I was going to cover up, then they were going to move me after she left to their educative, their research department or something like that. And then I just heard that the lady lost her baby. It was her first baby, and so she had to go back to work. Now, I don't know if that worked for good for me, but I know the Lord is always taking care of me. So I went back to my idea. So I needed a job, so yes, necessity. Then the next one, stepping stone. Others see mundane jobs as a stepping stone to something better. I heard my pastor say that too. So while I started the business and it didn't look glamorous and all that, I heard him say in one training, a women's training in church, he said, you could use whatever you're doing now as a stepping stone to where you want to get to. So I told myself that. I said, okay, this is what I'm going to do. While I was still sending my CV to all the glamorous places I want to be in, So that's what happens. So people use it as that, and then they just earn money while they're working towards those goals. And then some people are just grateful. At least I can do something. At least I can sell chin-chin. At least I can, make some money. I'm not just sitting at home, right? So the next slide, the emotions that come with that. Why am I talking about all these things? Because some people may be here and they also want to take a leap on the mundane, right? And they're scared.
I mean, you have those emotions like this. Number one, no sense of purpose or meaning. Please, what does it mean to fry plantain chips? You're a cleaner, like, I mean, are you doctor plantain chips fryer? Or like, what should we attach to the beginning of that, right? So those things happen to me too. No sense of purpose or meaning. It will make me look beautiful. You remember I already had a picture. I wanted to sit in an AFC office. No, I'm not cleaner. In fact, the people used to off their lights sometimes when they are going out and leaving us to clean the house. I'm not even AC. Do you understand? So you want to make me look beautiful. I can't wear my beautiful like I feel like this that. As I like shakara and so people here know that I like shakara. And I'm gonna be cleaning house. Like, it will make me look beautiful. You understand what I'm saying? So it wasn't an enviable path. So these are the same emotions that go on in people's minds when you talk about leaping on the mundane. It won't make me look beautiful. No career. Some of them, it's not a dream. So I take plantain chips again as an example. Really, are you now going to have a title that says Masters in Plantain Chips Frying, or those kinds of things? Like it's almost like it doesn't have a where are you growing to? If you're in an engineering industry, there may just be steps and steps and steps to climb. So you can dream, you can sit here and say, oh, in the next 3 years, I want to become this in the HR, then I now do like this and move like this. There's no these jobs. There's no moving anywhere. You just keep flying around under the hot sun. So you're undervalued, right? So my business is like that. People just see you like, come on, cleaner, and all that. So when I began to grow, I tried to change that narrative anywhere, even for my staff. I would train them and I told them about the emotions, because some of them wouldn't wear their uniforms to work. They will come to work and wear the uniform at the office. So the uniform is just a t-shirt and a jean, possibly. And then they will come to work and change into the t-shirt and the jean and wear their sneakers in the office. So when I look at you, so okay, what were you wearing? You were wearing slippers. You are coming from your house. You were wearing slippers and one shirt that maybe it has faded under your jean. Because you don't want them to, you don't want to be recognized wearing Clean 360. So that's the name of my company. You don't want to be recognized. Which one, now that you're even thinking of it, which one looks better? Like the t-shirt, the jean and the sneakers, and the slippers you're wearing from your house, with one shirt that is faded, you wore it all the way here because you didn't want to be identified with cleaner. Some of the trainings we have done in the past, trainings on cleaning at different places, some of the most impactful ones have been, people coming to tell us that the fact that we were able to make them think about what they are doing as something important, something they could be proud of. That was most impactful than even teaching them how to clean with soap and water, right? So people just naturally view, cleaners, they're dirty, they're this, they're that, after all, are they not? Are they? And then you're responsible for everything that gets spoiled on the site. Anybody can say, even carpenter can say, na them, na them. Do you understand what I'm saying? So nobody wants to be identified in that kind of environment. And then the last of them, which is less prestigious, had to do with family for me. I was already coming from somewhere, like I said. My father had money, and then I now married Afi. And then me, I'm proud of myself, So I'm now cleaner, or I'm now taking a leap on these kinds of jobs, cleaner, those kinds of things. It was a problem. One time my daughter came back from school, the second one, Adela, she told me she had an essay, and they're supposed to talk on what their mom is, what their mom does. What's the name? If you see, and I can overthink things. If you see the thing, I kept trying to look for it. So that was like maybe at the beginning of my business. So I was thinking, tell them your mother is a janitor. I was thinking about the sweet day. I don't know my mother is a cleaner. I went to the dictionary. What is the other name for cleaning? I'm not even professional. I've not even done any course, nothing. I check. I think I now ended up with one janitorial something. Today, I introduced myself first as cleaner. You see, just the way you just say, I sell pepper, I'm telling you the truth. That's the first thing. I go to some places because of, the process, how we've been able to turn it into what it is now. That's what I introduce myself first at. I sit at my office and there's one bank manager calling me. I go into the office and then the people sitting at the counter and all of them wearing their suit now that I wanted to be like. And then I come into the place and I said, I want to see your boss. And then I say, who's looking? And then I said, just tell him the cleaner. In fact, one bank I went to, UBA, all of them after looking at me like, you see? I said, cleaner. So when they went inside and came out, the man said, Madam, I don't just tell them that you be madam of the place, But that's what I am. And I'm able to say that now. I couldn't say that 9 years ago. No, I couldn't. How can I do that? So my journey, I took a leap with the mundane business idea that seemed less glamorous, but with a way around it. And because of that, there's nothing in my head that I believe now that cannot work, whatever it is. We just put in the right strategies and all that. My husband lives in the US, and when we're talking about moving there, I had an opportunity to talk to the young people, and I was saying, when I come to this town, I'm going to fry yam. And it's not as if I'm chef or anything, but because of what I know and probably what I can put into it now, they will leave your own that is a chef, graduate from chef school, and they will come and buy from me. They were looking at me and laughing, but I was serious. Because I could do it. It might not be that I want to do it and be professor in frying yam, but I would do it to make money. Or it's like just another business idea by the side or something. All right, so what did I do with it? I'm still not going to be able to talk so much about that, but then as I titled that My Right Approach. What did I do? Because I was like every other cleaner, but then my usual self, I don't like to be like everybody else. I don't like to do, I'm like the person who was describing, I'm always very restless. I'm always thinking, what's the next thing? What can we do? What can we not do? So my son was supposed to be here. If they're here now, they will know. I'm always worrying them. I carry, as much as I can, I jack them to any conference, any training, anything that is happening. When you come back, write a report. What can we do? This is 9 years after. In fact, some people who started their training business maybe like 5 years after are doing certain things that I didn't live, like I said, my business was already going. I was still at the back waiting for it to happen, or waiting for LNG or one other place to call me, even though I was doing it, right? So now, what can we do? What can we do differently? So this is one of the things we did, or this is one of the things I did. I leveraged on customer experience, and for me, it was different. I didn't know so much about business that really. I didn't go to all those schools in that time, but at least, when I now went to all the schools and I realized that this is what I was doing, this is what I was doing. So in the mundane business, exceptional customer service can be a powerful differentiation. Focus on creating a seamless and enjoyable experience for your customers. This could involve personalized service like quick response times and going above and beyond to exceed customer expectations. So for me, what I did with my customers was I listened to them. Now at that time, I hadn't done so much training or anything, but I would just listen. And why am I talking about listening? I would say because of the kind of mundane cleaning service, to allow people come into your people's space, it's very private to them. Whether it's your office or your house, it's a very private space. So when customers call me, they just want to talk. So I decided to listen. I understood that by listening to them, they could trust me to come into their personal spaces. So I would listen. So a customer that I don't know, that just called me for the first time, and I responded nicely and everything. I have a customer who talked about how she broke her virginity, how she met her husband as a virgin, it was my first call. The call was like 1 hour, 30 minutes. So I realized that she was just trying to make me comfortable. She wanted to be comfortable with me enough to come into her personal space. So I just listened. It was she that called, it was her credit. So I was just listening. I listened, they would talk, and then when they finished, I was like, okay, so can I come with you? In fact, that made me, okay, so the next thing, I preferred solution. At that time, I had not even done so many trainings, right? But because of the way I showed up, which I may not be able to say everything, people just trusted me. So I would listen, and I would prefer solution. Sometimes they were not immediate. Because of how much I listened, my customer could, some people call me by 12. You know, in fact, that was the problem when I started setting up structure, because now they already know that I can answer phone anytime. So I queried a lot of customers because I had to have time. So they didn't understand why I would not pick my call around 2. And they would tell me, sorry, Aiba, I know it's in the night. A customer would call me and ask me, Aiba, so as I was sleeping in the dark, there was this color of fly that flew. I don't think it flies in the morning. What kind of pest, what kind of chemical can we use to, I don't know. And I really do not know. You know, so I would say, okay, let me just, one story, get back to you or something, and you go and read it on Google. And then, about something I used to do, if I read something on Google, and you go and try it, before I tell you that, because I haven't learned it at that time. I didn't think I could learn. In fact, I didn't look up anything. I didn't even think there was any professional course on Google on cleaning or anything like that. It wasn't anything I was planning to do on the long haul, yeah? So, I would prefer solution. And then I check in on them. And I would pamper their taste buds, When I finish, when I give the solution, I will come back and say, how are you doing now? And all that. Oh, there's a particular customer's house I went to. She just called. She see me on Instagram and just talk. And the way I used to appear that time, I'm not going to any professional because people just tell me, Aiba, the way you talk, I want you to come to my house. I'm not sure I have there too. But the way you just present, I just want to meet you. And I'm not talking about from the beginning as well too. When I started realizing that this is like headways here, because of the personality I had and the dream I already had, I chose who I wanted to work with. So I let them go everywhere. I said, no way. So those kinds of people. One lady called me one time and said, she wants to clean a house. So I went to the house. I'm in the space now. And I walked from upstairs, downstairs, everywhere. And then even me, I didn't understand because the place was. We did not show ourselves. The people that are showing themselves now, I started 5 years ago, you cannot, they are running with their businesses. You cannot say they want to show you. How will we know now? You're inside your room. How will we know that you're the only one inside your room. Alright, so you wanna leverage on a niche. I did on detailing and residential for 2 years. So people didn't even know I could do like post-construction. The post-construction is after construction and some other things. But I leveraged on houses and detailing. So people would call me to come and clean a space that has already been cleaned because they heard that I do detailing, right? So it was only residential at the time. So I'll go to your house and I would do what other clients. In fact, the people I started training from, when they see me and they be like, Aiba, you do too much. I cannot do that unless they are paying extra, unless they're asking me. I don't used to tell them to pay extra. I just charge them. Your extra that you're asking for is inside. It's just I didn't tell them, it's extra to pay for window cleaning or wardrobe arrangement. I would do everything. And even people started calling me from out of town and be like, wow, we see what you do. Organizers, the presidents of organizers, association, people just from outside town just call and be like, wow. So how many days are it? Different kinds of interviews and all that. So I just set myself apart like that in residential spaces. And then I got trusted. Then I started learning to do the other things, post-construction and the rest of them. So that put me differently. And I would charge you maybe even more. So you call somebody else to clean your house, they finish cleaning and go. If I'm coming to do detailing, which was my niche, I will charge you even more than the person that cleaned it. So that's it. So because when I step inside to do my own, and I would go, then I would do, now we have workers and everything, I'm going myself. I do the detailing by myself at that time. So when I step into your house, even you will be shocked, where did that come from? People just finished cleaning your house. You'll be wondering, where did that come from? So I leveraged on that, and So the next is another right approach, build a strong brand. Creating a strong and consistent image that resonates with your target audience and helps you build loyalty and recognition. And then I just tagged that be Coke. If you say you're Coke, just be Coke. Don't confuse us. Branding comes with a lot. I think Damola also mentioned a bit about that, but if you are Coke, be Coke. If you drink Coke, you cannot be confused that it is Coke. If you drink it and it's not Coke, you'll be able to tell that this is not Coke, this is Diet Coke, or this is another thing, you know. And that's not to say the Coke can be Coke. I'm sure you have seen that Coke it also has 70-something CL. Like, they just keep looking for ways to make it more interesting. Coke that, you know, since I was small. Sometimes they do adverts, and I still feel like drinking this Coke that I have known since before my fathers were born and all that. Just maintain a consistency so that people can trust you, right? So I want to talk about, I think this is maybe about my last, the block. He was talking about the block. You will not just teach your own and be going. So this would come because this happened to me, right? So this could be like a make or break moment earlier in your business or later in your business. So that time, when it started happening to me, in fact, it happens more often. Now I have a better understanding. That time, I wanted to sell the business, you know, and I was doing plenty of evaluations. So how much we come out of here? How will we go from here? What will we go from there? Because I was like, what else? Where else? You know, before we started doing professional courses and realizing that we can go, you know, and go and be, you know, people learning new innovations and stuff like that. I did not even know that there was course I could study, you know. So I got to that point, and you know, at that point, either you want to close up or you want to now push through, because you will get there where you feel like this may not offer much. You know, no professional advancement, it's leading to stagnation and frustration, stress and burnout. That's the time when I now started structuring my business. Mapond, Mr. Maple was also, he's supposed to speak today, was also a major play in that area of my business. So I started structuring. I couldn't do everything by myself. It was difficult for me to leave because at this time I had loved the way I treated my customers. So I had to employ somebody that treat people the way I treat people, talk the way I talk, see what I see, you know, handle people the way I handle. It was very difficult. So that repetitive nature, and mundane businesses can be like that. You come out every day, you're frying bole under the sun. Yes, your daughter has finished university with it, but you're black now. You know, your body is now paining you, but your daughter has finished bole. But you know, when she comes out, one thing she can do is turn it into something else. I hear there's a place in Lagos. In fact, the people that buy the bole, they don't want certain kind of people to come there. And they pay for it. One plate of bole is 2 months. They have cooked 2 soup. They are ready to eat 1 plate of bole. It's just like what you're saying. You're in the desert, now you buy the Coke for 10,000. Because that time it makes sense. Yeah, I just go outside and I buy the bole here. I will even drag with the woman, 15 naira. They don't really do you understand? But when they offer you, when you look at the offering in some kind of circumstance, you will buy it. Right. So the next is conflict with personal goals. Mundane jobs may conflict with personal goals and aspirations, leading to a sense of being trapped. I was here because as a Christian, I didn't think that, what am I doing? Everything you should do as a Christian is be a Christian. Be a child of God. Preach the gospel. Sing the music. Nothing else. I had to learn that what I was doing too is preaching the gospel. Is shining my light. Is inspiration. I didn't know that. At some point I was like, I should go. In fact, I have people that follow me on Facebook. When they see me, so if I post me singing or I post me preaching, some people come to my inbox and say, thank God you have now realized that what God called you to do is this and not this your clinic. I'm not joking. I still have some of the messages in my Facebook. Do you understand? So we shall not sit and say, God. So you mean that people think that this my singing place is that I should just be singing here and not do another thing. And I should just be preaching the gospel. Since I'm Christian, the pastor will not be doing another thing. I've grown. I'm not going to talk so much about that, but I've grown. Please shine your light. Shine your light. I used to have those conflicts in the past. I can do so many things. Like I can do so many things. And if I decide to leverage on what I'm sure, but now, after doing this mundane, that I can do it so well. In fact, even now, we're trying to diversify from where we are now, where it's coming, you know? And then I used to be like, why do I think about so many things? Why am I always worried about that? Like, you don't know what to, as if you have conflicting personalities and goals and all that. And then I console myself with the scripture. God gave some people one. If he gave me 5, then he probably believes that I can and do 5. So I will do the best and the much that I can with the 5, if that's what I have. So one of gifts that you should give to your mundane business, that if you plan to venture into something like that, is belief. I did that. I can make a difference. My faith was also involved in that. I always attribute my business to, it's God. It had to be God. So I've gone to the next slide. So it had to be God. It had to be God. So give to your mundane business. Number 1, believe I can do it. I can make a difference. And I always put God there. I always put God there. There are so many things we have been able to do with the cleaning business, even here. At those times when I even felt those blocks, we have come up with different innovative, trying to create something for the home. We have created the club for children. Now they are calling me in Abuja, they are calling me in Lagos to go and replicate that here. What we did with what we're doing with the children, to go and do it in Lagos, to go and do it in Abuja. So we have created all that. We go to people's houses and we teach them how to manage their space, how to do this and do that. All that came from just this, cleaning. So I just believed and I really wanted to make a difference. So I do that. So that's one best gift you can give to your mundane business. Then consistency. Just show up. Now, this doesn't look like I'm tired. Just show up. Just show up. Be consistent. Show up and show up with answers. Be informed. I told you my customers believe that I can do anything. My house smells like this. What do you think? Now I'm going to discover there's space scenting. Space scenting. So some people, there's an event like this, maybe what do you call it? AY is doing a show. You step into the event and it smells a particular way. That is an aspect in the cleaning industry. So you come in here, you have paid somebody millions for just making the space scent a particular way. That's so unique. Just like that. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? So you have to be informed. Customers will ask you all kinds of things. My wardrobe is smelling a particular way. What can I do by my wardrobe to change the smell? Anything. I'm like, what do you think that I am? Do you understand? Everything that has to do with your face and around the corner. So you have to be informed. That's the only way you can make a difference. If not, cleaning is just cleaning. It's just cleaning. You understand what I'm saying? So then go the extra mile. More than required, just go. It pays. I told you about my relationship with my staff now. There's some, I do excess. I've been able to, I clean for some government houses now, and those people, the people that introduced me to them, I hadn't cleaned for them before. No, I hadn't. Maybe they have just called me once. And so sometimes when they even call me, sometimes they're telling me, Aiba, you answer people questions so much. When they call you and say, please, there's more coming out from my door. What can I do? They'll say, pay me. Pay me to explain the answer to you. So, one of those people that took me into one of the government houses I cleaned is from that kind of place. She just called me and said, but you haven't seen me clean. You don't know what you want to carry me to government house. That's how. And we've maintained that contract for maybe up to 4 or 5 years now. In fact, if something happens, governors I just call you by herself and say, are you sure it's your people that came? Because when I sat down, I still saw something here, this, that. Do you understand? So I have that kind of, and I have other people. In fact, some of the people I have, then not talk about that. But some people I have as customers, they, just because of that information, or because I decided to study and be different from the next person, there's somebody now who's about to take me on some. She just told me, you know what, do all the research about it, do everything you need to do, come and take the money. I don't even want to be involved. Maybe some percentage at a particular time. One of the products she wants me to get, one is maybe that's the least of it, is maybe 1.5, the least of it. So it has different grades. She wants us to bring it in. It's within my space. And she's willing to even offer me to start with 50 or 100. My 1 naira is not inside. I don't know her from anywhere. I met her. It has just taken me into a particular space because a particular space of influential people and all that, because I decided to just be different. just be different. So innovation, that's the final thing there, innovation and strategy for sustainability. You have to just keep looking for ways to improving on that, right? And I'm going to end with this quote. My pastor used it on Sunday. I saw it and I just liked it. I just loved it. So the quality of a person's life is in direct proportion to their commitment to excellence. The quality of a person's life is in direct proportion to their commitment to excellence, regardless of their chosen field of endeavor. So basically, your life can be the most beautiful, the most glamorous, the most anything if you commit excellence to it. It doesn't matter what you're doing. Thank you so much.
I think my favorite thing from everything she said, one of my favorite things I picked was the simplicity with which she delivered what she was saying. It was simple, but it was authentic at the same time. It's challenging in a mild way. Unlike, Mr. Damola, he gave us fire, but she was dishing it as easy as it came, as real as you can relate with it. So that was amazing. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your session. And also, we need for you to remember to ask questions. We're also here for that. So we're going to have to curate our questions so that when it's time for us to ask anything that we need to, we'll present it to our speakers and they'll be very, very glad to answer some of our personal questions. So at this point, at this moment, please can we just take our phones and follow Ileap on Instagram. Thank you so much. Part of why you're here is also to support what we're doing. The vision is bigger than us, so we want you to give us a good following on Instagram and on socials. So we're on Instagram, just the only Ileap on Instagram is us. So please just follow there. And also, ma'am, and so we didn't get your Instagram handles, we'd also like for our people to follow.
Instagram, Damola Soares, at Damola, Damola, and Soares together, at Damola Soares.
Okay, so my business handle is Clean360NG. Clean360NG. That's if you want to follow the work that we do, Clean360NG on Instagram. But I am there as well as Aiba Afidoglos. Aiba_Afidoglos.
No problem. Please, can we just make sure we support their brand as well as part of the value they have put in us today? Let's also do the little we can for them. Is that okay? Is that okay? Are we having a good time so far? Very, very informative time. Okay, so remember that the vision of Ileap is to gain global relevance and recognition for contributing to Nigeria's economic development. And we can do this through conversations like this. So this is very important for us to go back with the idea that we have learned to improve on what we already know or what we have or what we are about to begin. Hallelujah! Okay, so without further ado, let's call our next speaker. And after this speaker, we would also crave your indulgence to have a 15-minute tea break at a food court downstairs. It will be a good time to take pictures, it will be a good time to interact and network with people. So after this session, we'll just all go downstairs and have a good time and come back upstairs. Remember that we have raffle and gifts to be won. So please be attentive and also put yourself into what we're doing so that you can go with our grand prize. Okay. IT, let's go.
Olumati Kasaya, also known as the Principal, is a geologist with BSc from the University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. He is a management consultant who specializes in strategy management and is also the principal of the Mirrors Empire and Olumati Company. He is a conference speaker, music executive, writer, futurist, and culture shaper, reaching over 3 million people annually. Olumati has been politically active since 2005 and has championed various reformative ideas. In 2023, he ran for office in Nigeria's Rivers State House of Assembly to represent Port Harcourt Constituency 1 under the Labour Party. Olumati through his works, continues to advocate for nation building and the possibility that we can all live our best lives if we try. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Ileap Summit stage, Olumati Azaya.
A round of applause for Mr. Azaya, especially welcoming you, sir. Especially welcoming you.
Good morning, everybody. It's a number of times I hear my name like a Yoruba man. I am Olumati Azaya, not Olumati. I grew up in the West. I think I can do an election there. Wow. Thank you, Aiba. They left me downstairs. And when they told me you were speaking, I said, what meanest thou? Why such if? Leaving me there. So it was so amazing. Thank you for all your represent. Please put your hands together for her. Wow. I look around and I see friends. Chinoso is here. I can literally say we grew up together, right? I mean, 2004 to now is a long time. That's when I came to support Harcourt. You're one of the first persons. Mom Nam is here. I saw OC. Is he still around? Oh, I would have loved to introduce you to him. OC is was my campaign chairman. If I make it to the government house tomorrow, it doesn't matter what anybody is saying about share or no share. OC will be my chief of staff. Oh, yeah. I say it because a lot of us don't understand what it means to identify people connected to our destiny before they really show up. I can tell I need him in my life. And I have learned to build relationship ahead of when I need it. To know the people, to look at them, and see into their own life, and find your setting in their own life, and give them the value of their future now ahead of time. So I see it in him. He's a graduate of political science, by the way, amazing musician. Yeah, so I would love to. But don't Wow, how do I start? I see a lot of friends around who grew up with me, and that now makes me nervous, which is unusual. I'll tell you why it makes me nervous. Three people discredit you the most in life: you, family, and friends. They grew up with you. You grew up with yourself. It's the reason why you discredit your own gift. People who see your gift see it bigger than you see it. It's because you sleep with the gift every day. I mean, you apply the gift in some of the most useless ways. So you are having a bath naked and you are singing. So the idea of see finish starts with you. And then when your friends and family now gather to hear you speak, two things. It's either they respect what you do or they are waiting for the loophole. So now I don't know which one is in this. Okay, so I just think they respect what I do. I just think they respect what I do. And it's such a blessing. Thank you, Maury. Please celebrate Maury now. Sorry, 20 years ago, I was still doing basic when I saw Maury on stage in uniform. It was the first time I saw it. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, some people can sing. Wow. So I've been asked to speak. Oh, I see you. How you doing? I've been asked to speak on this entire leap idea, but from the political point of view, so leadership in politics. I struggled with the thought this morning. So I was doing my meditation. I struggled and I asked myself, why should I qualify to speak on the topic? After all, and I say it carefully, I was not announced winner of the last election. Pick my words. I was not announced winner not because I didn't win, but because I was rigged out. So this brings us to the debates around fact, truth, and the illusion we choose to embrace. So when we go by facts, people want to ask silly questions like, did INEC announce it? But is that really the truth? So there's facts and there's truth. And there's illusion we choose to embrace. I struggle to think about it. For one thing I've always said, as a speaker, as a trainer, doing what I do, I keep saying that in many instances we must qualify for the right to speak and say certain things. So at this point again, I'm now conflicted with my own principle. If I didn't win, as it were, that is accepting the fact, which is not the truth. Why do I qualify to address these problems and these subjects? But then I ask myself again, if the guy who read his way was announced, why does he qualify to address his audience? So we have to be critical. And then I ask myself again, do I doubt my qualification from an ego standpoint, where I want to address the people based on what we perceive as victory? Or do I doubt myself from a just platform, where I want to feel like I'm certified for it? And all of these thoughts were running through my mind. But then again, I realized that I'm a graduate of geology. And I remember that a couple of my lecturers had never worked in any proper organization. Those that taught us about wellheads and how it's managed and all of that had never seen a wellhead. So if I argue certification based on victory and practice, then I will put down the certification that has made me from those who neither had victory or practice in the industry. Does this make sense? So it now means that while there is a need for result, there is a need for knowledge, and we must find a balance in both sides. The Bible speaks of a city that was saved by a poor man. If I fix that together, I say that the city had many experienced people with results who couldn't save a situation, and someone without experience and result saved an entire city. So it brings me back to another quote I always say: for all that matters, certify yourself. I've asked severally, who certified the first man who gave us certification? So I have certified myself. I qualify to speak on the subject. I'd have loved to tell you a few reasons why I'm qualified to speak on the subject. But I think it's not too necessary. But if you go to an election and someone puts an entire Ghana must go in front of you with money and say step down, you must be doing something right. Thank God Lucy is not here. They won't tell you the full gist. If you go for an election and you survive 2 assassination attempts, you must be doing something right. Anyway, now let's go into this. So that addresses why me on the need to speak for this topic. So I'd like us to go through the process, because that's the idea, not even the election itself, but the process. The question is, how did you have this leap? You read geology, you moved from geology, and you were one of the first entry for digital marketing. I was one of the first 5 junior high in the entire South. Right? I worked with them, I consulted for them, and then I moved from that point and got into the music business. And I've done music business stuff, and then I worked in FMCG, one of the top 2 companies in the world in food production. I served as a regulatory manager here in River State. It's a big company around here. So I've done that, and then I'm in politics. how do you navigate? Ayuba was saying something about having plenty dreams. Every time I see people like that, I just say, oh, these people are trees, because the tree has one trunk, many branches. So I think I'm a tree, as it were. So we start from the point of clarity, know who you are. For the bulk of people sitting in this room, I can tell you from the point of knowledge that you do not know who you are. Now I know your head is ticking in many directions. What is a blessed assurance in this room is that you know who you have become. Because all of your life has been an impression of how someone else feels you should be. So that in the initial formative stage of your life, you were not allowed to think, you were only allowed to conform. You do not exactly dress the way you dress because it is your preference. No. If you look through the history of your life and your closest caregivers, you dress like one of them. If you were close to your mother as a man, today you dress like the man she always wanted. Because she made you in her own mold. I have said this to say that there is a possibility that you are living someone else's life. How does this connect with what I do today? In the entire history, and I hope I'm not going to sound like Vera now. No, I don't have my team there. In the entire history of my family, there has been nobody who has sojourned into the entrepreneurship space. So there's been nobody in the music business. My dad, his brothers, they play music, they play for fun. Amazing guitarists. Yes, put your hands together for my soon-to-be chief of staff. You just want to. Now that I've told all of you, me, I know that you are waiting for me. So we have agreed already. Let's see, I was talking about you. Welcome. So, where was that? So, through the history of my family, there's been nobody that has done any of the things I'm doing. And every time we have to sit down and have a conversation around it, I realize that in some sense, I am the black sheep that they like. Black sheep not because we quarrel, but this guy's odd. He's audacious, he's doing stuff that we've never thought about doing. You know, my mother has called me several times and she goes, like, you know what, I think you should slow down or just back out of this politics thing because somebody died the other day. Okay, yeah, I hear you. And then when she was done, and I said, do you remember there was one election they did one time? One guy that was contesting died, the other one won. Why must he be on the dying side? Can't he be on the winning side? So they are tired of me already. So like he kind of has an answer for everything. So there's nobody that has been in that space that I currently occupy. And what I noticed as I continue to audit the family is that there is a pattern of impression. So that the last generation, and I hope I'm not putting my family out, but God help me. It's just for practical illustrations, right? So I'm not putting them out. My grandfather used to have a lot of properties. They said the whole of NTA belongs to my grandfather. Oluobasanjo Downland belongs to my grandfather. After the war, so many things happened. He had a first wife, had 12 children. One Christmas, someone gave them food, and that's how all 12 died, one after the other. He spent the bulk of his money trying to save their life. So he gave my father an instruction. Never in your life buy a property. If you won't buy now, build now, fence now, occupy now. I've driven in this town with 100 million in the boot of my car, my father's money. And as I speak, my father has not bought any property because he's listening to his father. He's living his father's impression. A lot of you are living your father's impression. You are not auditing context and time. Because he wants to buy now, build now. Mind you, father is very intelligent. He's chartered, he's a chartered accountant, so you can't have this conversation with him. You use grammar, you use philosophy, you show you wisdom, you can't beat the man at that thing. So me, I've given up. He has a history, and you know, when you focus on negatives, right, life will certify that bias. So he has a score sheet of people who have suffered what his father has suffered, and it is his justification that he has statistics. Yeah. So now you tell me, say, listen, you keep saying this. Have you heard what's happening in Chile? People are losing their lands. That's what we are saying. I hear you. Say, my father saw these things. So people are leaving an impression of other people. So in leaving other people's impression, there is a tendency that you are foregoing your dreams. There is a tendency that you are foregoing your life because you are leaving other people's impression. So it's important that you know who you are early enough. Anybody that knows me closely will tell you, right from primary school, I have said the following things. I will do politics, I will do music, I will be the advisor to kings and princes, I will play in the car industry space, I will be in FMCG, and I will not work for anybody. I have continued to say this all my life, from primary school, even when I didn't understand it. I found my own clarity and nobody can talk me out of it because I know what I have been fashioned for. So a couple of us, every now and then, people are talking you out of your dreams. They are telling you what is better, and you are aligning with them because you don't understand your own dreams. If you are going to walk this path, the next thing you have to do after finding clarity is have a dream. People undermine the ability to dream. Nothing worthwhile on earth has been achieved outside the dream. Nothing worthwhile. A dream is broad. And every time we talk about dreams, people think about sleeping. In this world, if you will succeed, you have to learn to dream awake. So you need to have a dream. So it's many years coming since I had a dream that I'm going to be in this space. And in that dream, you make certain decisions. In that dream, you make certain decisions. In that dream, you have relevant knowledge. So one of the decisions I made a long time ago might sound arrogant. But I said to myself, I'll get into politics without a godfather. No sponsor. I'll do it on my terms. I did it on my terms. No sponsor. Did my thing myself. Oh, I'm going to get into politics. I'm not going to be an essay to anybody. I'm not going to be an assistant to anybody. No, I won't do that. Not even in Rivers State, where it is honestly a mockery. Much respect to all of those who are there. Basically because you don't have the space to exercise your genius. You are not outside the power, you are outside the power conversations at every time. So every time you advise outside knowledge. So it makes you look less of your mind because you need context to give advice. But I mean, the Rivers State, they use them for fights online. So early enough, I knew I could not be part of that. If that would be the roadmap in, then I will not be there. So I began to think early. I have a big document, how to start your own political party. So I said, I don't want your trouble. I would rather leave. He said, I'll just declare my grass. Having a dream allows you to begin to think in this direction because you are finding the way out. But most of us don't have dreams, really. We just have expectations. We're just hopeful. You know, someone says, I will be successful. I will be successful is as vague can be. So what is your dream? What is your dream? I don't want to even say some of my dreams in politics so you will not hang me to it. But at the core of it, at the end of my life, I will be responsible for advising princes, kings, and leaders of nations. That is the core of what I do. It's a core. This is entry level for me. That is the final position. To know that at my dying bed, I can still pick up my phone and save a nation. That's what I want to do. It's my dream. And sometimes you will have a dream, and in the journey of your life, you may end up not entering that dream. The big question will be, what do I do at this point? The Bible answers the question with Joseph. He said, and Joseph dreamed yet another dream. But if you understudy the dreams of Joseph, they were the same dream in different expressions. If you study the outcome of his life, the outcome of his life was the same. They were binding sheaves. To bind sheep is to gather and preserve. The young man went there, built the pyramid, gathered and preserved. So if you go through his dream, the stars, the moon bow down to him, still came back and the Lord bowed down. So you may have different expressions of the same. But what is more than that dream is to dream so well and know so well what your purpose is, so that in your worst state and unconscious state, you can define the dream. And that's where Solomon comes in. The Bible says, the Lord appeared to him in a dream and asked him a question. He knew so well what he wanted that in the unconscious state of sleep, he could place a demand on the dream. So if you say you have a dream, and we catch you in sleep and ask you about your dream, would you be as articulate on that dream in your unconscious state? Sad memory, but I'll share. One of the biggest impressions of my heart was the death of my younger brother. If you knew my younger brother, two things stand out. He's a man of prayer, as a man of deep care. In the final moments of my younger brother's passing, he was on that hospital bed, unconscious. He was praying, and he kept on asking for everybody in the car to find out if they were safe. In his most unconscious moments, his real life still played. When you catch my younger brother on the road walking, 90% of the time he's praying. Watch his lips. If you catch him lying down to sleep, midway he's praying. So in that point, he was praying. He was not careful for himself. He's a family person. So in that point, in the last 1 hour of his death, he was praying for family, he was praying for friends, he was blessing, he was laying blessings on people. The words were clear. I mean, he knew he would die. So in the last 10 seconds, he just says, "Thank you, Lord Jesus, take my soul." So I'm like, wow. I stood there and like, it was amazing and painful at the same time. So I'm in awe, and then I'm pained at the same time, but I'm like, such clarity. Now when you decided to have that dream, you now need to take responsibility. So maybe this is the point where I'll tell you a few stories, because right now it's going like this, you know. There's an academic way we are taught, like Ileap. I don't like academic teaching. There are too many academic people in this world without education. And The problem with academics is you can be so profound at it, but still lack IQ. Academics does not certify IQ. Education does. So, in 2004, I became very conscious about this part of me that wanted to be in politics. So, because we started some, we're doing Nigerian things as I remember, when our mates were in computer centers, doing Yahoo Messenger chats. But that's when we became really conscious of politics. And then we started doing some of the things. So it's a long time. But in 2005, I remember that, if I had gotten to Uniport, I would walk from Ofrima to Delta Gate, and I'm making only one declaration. This land will answer to me when it is time for politics. I will do it on my own terms. I did it every day until I graduated. Every day. Every day. Words are powerful. And at the risk of it sounding religious, I'll explain to you why I do it. Genesis 1 says that God made man and breathed his life into man, and man became a living being. Every time we speak, we give to our world parts of the life of God. And the life of God is potent. So when you speak, God doesn't joke. So you've got to be careful what you say. When you speak the life of God, you are experiencing the results of God. And the strongest result of God is it doesn't fail. So when you speak wrongly about your life, you are sure going to get the strongest result of God. It won't fail. And guess what? God has a sense of humor, but he's careful about his jokes. So in your jokes, you have to be careful. Because you don't just speak the life of God. I don't have time, but I would have taught you about the human being one side of two coins. You have to be careful about that. In summary, what you have is what is seen here. What makes what you see here exist is the spirit. The spirit is in constant communication with the world outside here. You get your dreams from outside here. When you get your dreams from outside here, you get it because it is possible there already. So it's possible here. Every other thing that causes a failure is from your own irresponsibility. So we're talking take responsibility. So I did that every day. And I continue to study. And so I shared that responsibility journey. When I took up so one of the things I always said is, when it will be time to get into the system, they will call for me. So yes, how I knew it was time. I was at home on my phone round. I picked it up. I said, "Are you on the party?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Well, we think you fit the role. Come to the office." So I got there. I had a meeting with them and said, "This is the form." So I'm like, "Aha, it's time." It's the first thing. But you see, that was prayer answered. After that point, wisdom now needed to take precedence. So what did I do? I took the form, but I observed something. It was the first political party. They were never, ever, ever able to get one instruction from any of the regulatory bodies right. So they will go, they will come back, they will tell you one thing, you spend plenty money, they will say, "Oh, sorry, we made a mistake," they will go back again, they will come back again. I now ask myself, if these people cannot take instruction, is it ballot box that has to prepare? So in that point, I began to pray. And I said, "God, what do I do?" And I heard God clearly say to me and reminded me again, the problem with you Nigerians is that you like to live your life on miracles. Miracles are not my principles. Process is my principle. I only use miracle to disrupt the process of the earth from time to time. But if you must succeed, you must living process. And that took me to an entire journey, realizing that really what God does intermittently is to break miracle down into process, and man puts process into academics. It is why we must not argue too hard with science, because all of science is the process of miracles. All of science is the process of miracles. All of science. Many years ago, we would take God to heal a bad heart. Today, God may just sit down and cross his leg and say, "You fool, it costs a few dollars, go to China with someone I've trained there, will do it." Have you asked yourself, how does a human being who did not pay the human being know where to cut to find the problem? Certain things are not scientific discoveries as you think, they are revelations. It's just revelation. So I said, "Oh." He now took another step and then picked the governorship candidates. And I audited the history of the governorship candidates, and this one failed. So I signed and withdrew from it. And I went home. So I kept thinking, what do you do next? And we're talking about taking responsibilities. What do you do next? Now you have announced, everybody sees you are running, and then you have resigned. Remember that there are many young people across the states that are jokers. So now resigning, you cannot explain to the public. You are now 10 meters away from being a joker. Because that's the public perception. Oh, he just came to catch cruise. That's the latest slang, yeah? He just came to catch cruise. So you now hear things like, these young people, they play too much. I don't want to be passing that young people. So I thought. And then one day I said, you know what? I know what to do. After auditing everybody, I looked at the two major parties. The only way to enter there now is to start somebody. And to start that person now is to be utterly submissive, utterly subservient, almost stupid. No, can't do that. Can't do that. Because there's a very long list of people that got there before you. So what do I do? Sorry, sometimes I just have to say it as it is, so we get the credit. You know? I'm learning to be political. I'll get there. Not because I'm afraid to speak, it's just because I realize that my peace is superior to justice. Being right is not as important as being at peace. And there are sometimes you can be right for all you care, it won't change anything. So I'd rather be right when right will have impact. If not, I'll give the system silence. So I now decided to join another party. I am cameras. But not by way of advertising, not myself. I joined the Labour Party. 2 weeks later, Obi joined the party. I was like, woo! Now, that speaks to taking responsibility, right? But while taking responsibility, there's the need for discernment. There's a need for discernment. You can choose to take responsibility that will break you. And you can choose to take responsibility that will make you. And in between break and make is discernment. Because you're not too sure. I mean, if we do a sample test, I am sure that at some point in your life, you have been very sure about something that turned out wrong. So being sure is not a proof of right. It's a proof of your own bias and convictions. So, we moved on, and then we decided structure. I've not done so much by discernment. I knew that I should talk to that young man. I know the beautiful thing with him, he did not know anything about local precision. It is why global ideas, many times, we continue to fail in local environments. The problem is not the idea, it's a lack of wisdom to realize that in the locality, they do not have the knowledge to embrace what is provided locally. My campaign team were only 5. All of us. People don't believe it. We were just 5. Me, him, 3 others. And you will give me the power. I can't explain all of that now. It's consulting things. I'm not Ileap. You pay me. She's running her race, working for her. I will never run a race. So you take responsibility. Going for it. And responsibility can be such a burden. Such a burden. The reason why you have the burden of responsibility many times is that the universe is trying to certify if you qualify for this blessing. So it will test you over and over again to know if you can still remain standing. Because if you fail the test in the process, you don't qualify for the office. The office has much more estimates than the process. And then I will stop at this part. Guard your heart. With everything you do on earth, your heart is the target. Anything that gets to your heart that is negative will either kill your vibe, as we like to say today, or give you a boost. So that was the one thing I did. Consistently guard my heart. I chose to filter the news. I chose to filter the reports. I read less on social media. Because I knew that the bulk of people who would respond do not actually have the wisdom to instruct. So rather than stay in that space of ignorance and make it my reality, I found the people who are qualified to advise my realities. People think, sometimes people say certain things and I just shake my head. And so I heard a few times when people said, nothing, you're arrogant. And then I say, oh yeah, it's because I'm not listening to you. So I told somebody one day, I said to him, do you know why I don't listen to you? I said, because you disrespect my gift. I have on my contact list about 50 people I do not think by any stretch of imagination I may beat all that they have achieved. Those 50 people, with all they have achieved, respect me. I can't take it very seriously. If I do that, I will be insulting the wisdom that they did. A lot of you take people who are lower than the people who respect your gift seriously than the people who respect your gift. And every time you do that, you insult the genius and the wisdom that they have. So I have chieftains from the 2 top political parties calling me and saying, your mind is incredible. Then I have those their boys under that the same data. Then I now pay those ones attention. It now shows I don't qualify because I don't have the right sense of judgment. And so when you don't pay them attention, they pick on your best qualities. So if you are confident, they say you are proud. If you speak well, they say you are lofty. If you are prudent, they say you are stingy. They pick on your best qualities and reinterpret it to suit their lowest ends where they are coming from. Because in that dimension, those you look up to take their dressing from those who are better than them. Those at the bottom take their dressing from those they are better than. So I told a friend of mine, he was telling me, I'm better than my neighbors. See the school, my neighbors, they are going to government school, but my child is going to private school. It's just that the school is not well, but at least it's private. So I'm embarrassed for him. So I said to him, you are taking your dressing from weakness, not from strength. And all you just need is life to push you into a curve. You will go backwards because in your head, it's a little shift backwards. You'll be fine. So a lot of us in this room are actually backwards, not because that's our truest ability, but we are constantly taking our dressing from those behind. Let me tell you how this thing works. Inflation goes up. Those behind go further behind, and because they are behind, you feel it is cool to just still remain in front of them. So just come back a little, you are in front of them. If we sit down and do the economics very, very well, for a lot of people that have not crossed from where we are into being wealthy, you are just the flashy version of your grandfather. Because the value of your wealth is equivalent to the value of his wealth in the time. You are just well dressed, more bridges, technology attached, that's all. Because you have not factored inflation to now know whether you are really doing well. You ask me, you now think you are better than your grandfather. No, it's just fashion that changed. You now have iPhone. That's what he didn't have. But in the economics, in the reality, when you look at the whole thing, it's the same. We just have digital cameras. They have black and white. That's how I check my reality. I continue to question where history is and where I am in the context of that history. And in understanding that, I question. And I think there are parents in this room, and I want to say something. There is the unconscious infantilization of children and young people. As each generation goes by, we qualify young people to undermine their best self. If you go through the history of politics, you realize how young some of the generals and politicians were when they came into politics. But today, parents are telling their children, you are too young to do this. And I've asked several times, if the social justice system believes that at age 18, your child qualifies by the justice of this country to die by violence or unharming, why don't you think that by the justice system of this country, your child qualifies to hold the highest office? You see how we take dressing from the negatives. And it's not something I'm proud to say right now, but I say it because of the example. I had a talk with a certain father, and his son graduated from one of the best private schools in this country. They pay a whole lot. And I was congratulating him. So I'm like, you're great now, you've graduated, how old are you? And he says he's 20. I'm like, wow, you're ready to take the world, you can do this, you can do that. And the father just goes, he's a small boy. So it caught me off guard. So I said to him, he's a small boy, sir. How many years did you do this course? The boy said 4. I said, how much did you pay from year 1 to the end? And then it came out of my mouth. I'm not proud. I said, you have failed as a father. I think he thought about it for a long time. You spent all of this money only to say that investment is a small one. I think if that's your idea, you should have real peace. You make more money. Because what that does to a boy like that, he has academics, but his education is mentally beaten. Because all of his education has told him, you can't amount to XYZ except you get to XYZ age. So at XYZ age, he will be trying to do what his contemporaries have surmounted. Then you narrate statistics. A man gets successful at the average at 50. No, you beat them into the average. By telling them consistently, by your actions and inactions, that they don't qualify. But when you are able to teach them that they qualify, when they step into the pool, regardless of the industry, they step with clarity and purpose. You know, one of the things I don't really enjoy is the conversation about not too young to go. I think it's one of the most vague conversations. So I start in meetings, long hours with young people, who champion not too young to rule, or don't have anything to rule for. Not too young to rule, you want to be in the Senate, you know nothing about finance, you know nothing about economics, you know nothing about global warming, you know nothing. So what are you senating? I mean, key elections, I'm looking at the degrees of people, some of them you supported, going into elective office at the national level, and they are going with SSC from 1987. What are you going to discuss? That's why when we watch the plenaries, I watch one thing, I listen to people speaking, I listen to people talking head. So this is all you see at the plenaries. People just turn their head, they have nothing to say. When they get tired, they sleep. Guys, I think I've tried to tell my story without putting myself out there, right? But this is what it really means to take a leap. To look at life and decide for yourself to be great. Greatness is a decision. It is a decision. And it will not look like it in the process. But if you know what you aspire for, if you know what you plan for, if you know what you desire, you begin to build it. So yes, like I said at the beginning, by the facts, I may not be there. But I can tell you, when I look through the history of my family, when I look through all of my friends, I think I made a leap. I think we made an impact. That impact will stay for a long time. I think I'll see you again next year, and another year after that, and the year after that. And hopefully we'll see at the polls in 2027. God bless you.
So that was a safe way to say vote for Labour Party next. One more time, Olomati, Isaiah. That was a thought-provoking, brainstorming, soul-searching session. If you agree, do you agree? A quick recap. Start from a place of clarity, have a dream, take responsibility, guard your heart. Tell your neighbor, say, take a leap. 2 more persons deserve to hear that. Take a leap, take a leap, take a leap. You must know who you are. This program has been packaged for purposes like this to be fulfilled, and we know that the information is driven to the right people. The right persons are hearing it today. Please put your hands together for Ileap community. Thank you so much for all our speakers who have greatly impacted into us today. But you know, strangely, if we go and have lunch now, it's like by the time we come back, we can forget questions. I feel he has put us in a mood to start asking those questions in our heart. Don't you agree? Yeah, so at this point, just before, please, just a slight readjustment based on the information I gave earlier. We would love to have our speakers for the panelist session where we can ask them questions, if that's okay. Is that okay by you? Okay, so Mr. Olomati, please can you make your way to the stage? Ms. Aiba, thank you. Mr. Daniel, thank you so much. Okay, so if you have your questions, we just put your hand up, a mic will be sent to you, and you can just speak from wherever you are. It doesn't matter. No need to, don't overthink it, just as simple as it sounds, as easy as you want to make it, as expressive as you want to make it. So let's just have it coming now so that when everybody's leaving, we leave at the same time, come back refreshed, play some games, plan to win our mighty raffle draw and stuff like that. Is that okay? Is that okay? I can't hear any response. Is that okay? Thank you. So who's going first? Okay, can we have the mic? The second mic? Directed to.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you so much, Madam Afi Douglas. So
So I have a question for you, and I have a question for Mr. Zion Lumati. So my name is Esther, and I'm a psychotherapist. So we work with people who are going through mental issues, emotional distress, and all of that related. So not necessarily mad people, you know. Some people usually think of madness when they hear psychotherapy. So, okay, Mom, you said something about people who call you and maybe they have simple questions to ask, and graciously you don't necessarily charge like, okay, you're going to pay for asking this question. So looking at the peculiarity of what I do, you know, once people ask a question, it may turn into a session. Because when anyone is going through anything and they see someone that can give them attention, they will definitely pour out. So how can we put a control? You know, because sometimes too, I feel some of those questions may help them not take a bad decision. Like someone could actually have a sniper or something. They may not tell you they have it, but they are asking a question. Your response will determine if they would go out. So like, how do we strike that balance? Then, should I ask the second question or when she responds? Okay, then for Mr. Zaya, brilliant, you know, presentation. So I want to ask, like the scenario you shared of the child who finished university and you were trying to encourage him to dream big, and father said he's a small boy. So I don't know, are there ways we can, I don't know, reorient, especially the older ones, parents, you know, probably a meeting like this or so, or I don't know, so that they also need to be reoriented. So are there ways we can do that without appearing as, you know, you're trying to teach an elder what an elder sees, a child standing, all those things? Because I feel if the parents have some enlightenment as well, when their children are trying to dream big, they'll be part of the dream pushers, you know, encouraging. So what are the wise ways we can go about it? So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Great question. So I clearly said, you know, I was at the beginning phase and I didn't even know I needed to study anything to be able to do anything. So basically, I just leveraged on that without even knowing what I was doing, or giving my customers an experience. So whenever anybody calls and they wanted anything, I would just talk to them. You also heard me say when I started to put structure after going to learn what I needed to learn, I quarreled with a lot of people. Because at this time, I now knew what I was doing, and I knew that if I had to give you my time, you had to pay for it. Or there had to be certain protocols and all that. So I started quarreling with people because I would chat. So, but I was doing that at the beginning phase. I was listening to everybody. I was attending to everybody. Everybody come. Everybody gets it. Take it for free. So that was that. I think that should be able to draw that line. Yeah. So it's different now when you know exactly what you're doing and you know you need to charge for it. I mean, how do you give somebody 1 hour, 30 minutes that you could have used to, you know, do other things, and you're just listening, and then when they finish, you give them the whole. They didn't pay for it. You are sapped. You're drained, you know. So I think that answers that question. If you know what you're doing, please put a price on it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your question. So the very first thing is, I'll start with what you should not do. Don't be like me, don't be reactionary. Like I started, I put a lot of caveats. In retrospect, I was rude, I was unguarded, I was reactionary. That's not the way to speak, right? And that was some years ago. There are ways I can't speak right now. So the first thing you want to do is you have to learn to teach with wisdom and humility at all times. Whether you are teaching the old or you are teaching the young. In teaching, one of the things you have to learn, or one of the things you have to embrace when you teach adults, is how to teach like you would teach a child. Have you noticed that when you teach a child, you don't get offended by their mistakes, you get amused by their mistakes? Because you don't place so much expectation in the ability to grasp the lesson in the images. So people will listen to you, they want to go over and over. Remember, education is like indoctrination. So they just take these things in, right? And they are thinking in that direction. Now, it's a two-way. So there is the one side trying to teach parents whom you may not have access to. The other side is now to teach our peers and the younger ones. You have all sorts of communication outlets today. You can write an ebook, you could have, which can be free or paid. You could use your timeline every day on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, whatever works for you. I remember one of my most effective thoughts I shared is titled, "Don't Let Them Love You to Death." And the core of that point is that so many of us are loved by our people that we are dying at the reality of our lives. So you can teach in diverse ways and send the message across on this side and then on this other side. I hope it helps. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My question goes to Mr. Daniel. When you talk about blockers, there are some stubborn blockers humanly that will not allow you to go forward or will not allow you to meet the level they are. And should you say they should actually die? Because it looks like it's only death that can actually take them away from that spot. So, or you just back out from that space. So I don't know how those blockers can actually go out from the front.
First, there is nothing new under the sun. Irrespective of the blockers, irrespective of the challenge you're going through, there is someone, there is a space. It may not directly relate to, many times, for instance, some of the business models or strategies we deploy currently, I take a lot of leaning or reference in running a business in the agri space. I draw a lot from the banking space. Because of the way we run what we do. So your getting solutions can be from within your industry or within your space. It can be from across, or it can even be a different sector within your space. So the reason why we are not able to manage any situation or overcome any challenge is on the basis on the limitation of our knowledge, what you know. If you know more, you'll be able to do more. So when you first harm yourself with this mindset or with this understanding that really there is no problem that doesn't have a solution first, and there is nothing new under the sun. So it means that someone has gone through this challenge. So the question now will be, am I willing to pay the cost? Can I pay, it's not every challenge you must pay the cost for. You mustn't have to go through all the hassle. So you must be able to convince yourself, or you may be able to talk to yourself, oh, I'm willing to go through the stress, I'm willing to pay the cost, I'm willing to bear the price. And sometimes the price can be as much as losing, a life. So if you're not ready to pay to that extent, then you can back out. But if you've convinced yourself and you've thought, oh, I'm willing to pay the price, I'm willing to pay, of course, you spoke in, you asked the question in a wide term. So that's why I'm not able to give specific to it. So I'm also trying to give a generalized question. So if you've asked yourself, am I willing to pay the price? Have you evaluated what it will cost based on what other people have paid for it, based on what other scenario, and you can convince yourself, why not stay in it if you're able to, go through it. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause. There's another question coming from this wing. Please ask your questions. Don't overthink it. Just ask.
I want to ask this question to Mr. Odumati concerning when you are talking about someone has to get to a particular age, a particular stage in life where you can move for certain things. Well, I have been a victim of such in Nigeria actually. I applied for a project that runs into million. So my quotation and everything was very okay. Everything was okay. So the one who was to run the project saw it and he was amazed. So he said he wants to see who did this. So when I came, he was like, "Are you the one that did this?" I said yes. He said, "Are you sure you can handle this?" He just like he doesn't believe I can do it. But he was amazed from what he saw, but he didn't believe that this guy can do this thing. So for that reason, he didn't give me the job actually. Because he looked at me that I'm a small guy, so I can't do this kind of thing. And I believe that probably I may not be the only one who may have been going through such thing in Africa or in Nigeria precisely. So in a case like that, how do we help people like that? Because at that moment I was devastated. And I felt this low estimate of myself at that moment. How will this man just do this to me? Like that. So also talking about when you say you need to have a dream, taking responsibility and other ones. I didn't hear you mention about having a plan. So probably for you to have a dream and take responsibility, you must actually have a plan to do all those things and plan on how to go about it and do it. So is it that you don't need a plan, just have a dream, take responsibility and start working on your dream without having a breakdown plan of how to run your dream? Thank you.
All right, thank you. I like your question. So I'll answer, right? Wisdom needs to take precedence in your life. And there are a couple of things, which is why you need mentoring, regardless of how good you are. I remember, I think it was 2015, when someone needed to consult me on strategy, and he needed to transit from the private sector into the government sector. He requested we sit down and we discuss. Unknown to me, he had conversations with some strategists outside the country that do consult for, or that did consulting for one of the US presidents. I can't remember. They couldn't pay their fees. So he came to Nigeria to shop, and I was recommended alongside a couple of other great guys in the country. I was driving a Volkswagen Passat at that time, 2.0. So when I went to his office, I was feeling cool with myself and all of that, and we had this conversation, and he was blown away. And then I sent him the commercials. Long and short of the story, he looked at the commercial, and then looked at my car. And as I grew older, I realized that you can't have such commercial and drive such car. Do you get that? So there are things you don't understand with age. So you cannot you can't tell someone really that you are going to do a project worth $1 billion and you are driving to the premises with some Toyota. They are looking at you first and they are thinking, are you sure you'll not run away with this money? Because your appearance, so you have to look the part. Your appearance does not speak, it does not justify that you have been in that space before. So that's why some companies, when you send your application, they literally audit you. Where you live, what you have, and all of that to be sure you qualify. In some companies, if you are not married, they think you don't have responsibility enough. And these are justified because we are now going through the process of human psychology, how humans work. Right? Now, when I started running Myers Empire, there were some very important meetings. And even now, I don't overrate myself. Yeah? I have a couple of friends that are really smart. One, they are taller than me. Two, they are bigger than me. Then we go for that meeting. Because when you see them, you can't look down on them. You may look down on them. So there are meetings they will go for. Because just walking through the door, you that want to give the job, they are intimidated by the person. But when I walk into, you know how many times I've heard, oh, it's just you. We thought you were so big. It's just really big. It's how people think. I hear that a lot. I walk into spaces. If I walk into a space and they were waiting for me, they didn't know me, so they shoved me to the corner. And they didn't shove me to the corner for any reason. It was just my size. It's like the person we're expecting actually big. Do you get? So this happens, right? And so when you are entering those spaces, one, you have to look the part. You have to look the part. Two, another thing you need to know, in some areas, which I learned as I grew older, you have to find a sponsor. In these parts of the world, you don't find sponsors. You could say you're a sponsor, you could say you're a mentor. A sponsor is someone in this part of the world, they like Godfather. I don't know the things we have with gangsterism. But so a sponsor or a mentor is that person whom you can leverage on his pedigree to gain certification for what you are and what you do. They can pick the phone, call the person, introduce themselves, and that is done. They'll give you the project. Do you get it? And so you have to find. The only problem now is that a lot of people who are looking for sponsors are not looking for sponsors who actually sponsor the things that matter. They are looking for someone that works like an ATM machine. You just be collecting money, and there's nothing you can do. Do what I do. I'll share a secret with you. For every person I meet who I think is great, I don't know how to say this so you don't run with it and become arrogant. Please don't. But for everybody who I think is great, for everybody who I respect, for everybody who I appreciate what they do, that is above me. If I meet you for the first time, I start counting 5 years. In 5 years, I will speak, you will take notes. That tells me you are going. Do you get that? So I intentionally work hard to make sure that I can speak and they will listen to me based on the volume of wisdom that I can expect. So grow in that way. So those people who have turned you down, grow in such a way that in a few years from now, they'll say, we think we missed the genius of this young man. Now let's embrace it. You get it? So your last question was about planning. I think you know that already. And I spoke about it in passing, right? You cannot, if you have a dream and you don't plan towards the dream, you will fail. I had a dream. I began to read. I began to read about community development. I began to read about policies. I began to strengthen my interpersonal relationships with people. I began to understand the dynamics, right? I began to go through history to be able to prepare myself enough for what I'm doing. So yes, you need to plan. Thank you.
Round of applause. I hope the question was answered, sir. I love the way you introduce yourself, by the way. Very clear. In your session, you were intentional about empatheticness, if there's a word like that. You were empathetic towards some of your clients. And for the ones who wanted to tell you about their history and all that. So have you been able to groom any of your staff to take your place in that mind, such that your clients can trust them with vital information that makes them as comfortable as they would for you? Because I see or I heard, and from the way you explain, part of your brand is empathy. It's going beyond just cleaning. You're almost like a friend that you tell, So have you been able to groom your staff to that kind of trust?
So that was my beginning. So obviously it served like a foundation. So everybody that was coming inside had to understand that was part of our value system, basically. So not just one staff. Everybody that came in had to go through that. It was like part of the training you do as you come in. So it's you have to be ready to listen, right? You have to be ready to give that ear. And then, like I said, at that beginning, I didn't know that, I didn't know the reason why dirt was associated. I mean, people could associate those kinds of emotions with their spaces. So I had to also go study. I studied and I realized that clutter could affect different, it could make you express different kinds of emotions. You could add weight, you could lose weight, you could fall sick, different things. It could make you feel frustrated, depressed, and all that. So, because I went to learn it, I decided that it would be, one of the things we stood by. So everybody in the organization knows that. So you have to be patient with customers. It's one of our values. You have to be patient, listen to what they have to say. So then our solution, we design it to suit what your need is, because everybody doesn't need cleaning per se. Yeah, they don't need cleaning per se. It could just be to declutter a space and then they feel better or something like that. Did I answer you? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for all our speakers again. Would there be any last words just before we make our way to the food courts from anyone? From the speakers? Yes. We'll go with Mr. Danola first.
Okay. Can you hear me? All right. Just to also help the lady who asked the question on managing clients, that's structuring your business, especially in this time. The first thing that the cycle you're going through is not new, so don't beat yourself at it. It's a normal process that when you're starting, the tendency to always give freebies. Those you could also count it as acquisition cost, customer acquisition cost. So this is one of the strategies I'll give to you. When such calls come in, you can always try to put that every of your first session is a free, we call it a freemium or pro bono, your first sessions. After that first session, ensure it ends on a structured note. You must also ensure that you take charge and take lead of that conversation. Don't let, you're trained to do that. Don't let the client lead the conversation, but you lead the conversation and end it on a structured note. What do you do on that note? Let the person know that this, either you are immediately tell the person, for us to continue with this, we need to have a physical session or whatever, which is going to be free. Then after that, ensure she feels either a formal form, either virtually or physically, and let them know that this first session is free. And if they enjoy the value or the service they got, they can have another session that is paid for. You have led the conversation, you have led the process, and you journey them into your customer, your paying customer. Thank you.
So for me, I would like to briefly say, if I listen to the other speakers as well, including what I've had to share, mindset is very important. I think that's the beginning. You have to first of all believe that you're able to do anything at all before you even venture. So take a lot of time working on the things that you have believed, the things that are holding you down, and take that leap. Take the leap. That's the word for it.
All right. I'll say two things. The first I will say in the story. A few years ago, my grandmom lost two achievements. She passed on, and somehow that responsibility, like carrying on the legacy. So my mother took over some of my achievements. And there was this particular one that had laid some eggs, and I think the mother was just careless about the chicks. And it rained. So my mom saw them, they were just freshly hatched. I think a day or two. And so my mom took all of them and then put them in the kitchen of the house and put a sieve over them. I had gone to the family house to visit them that week. I think we needed to have a couple of conversations. They were not at home, but I could hear the loud chickens of the chicks. So I went to the kitchen, I saw all of them, and they were so adorable. This, so funny, they're all yellow, nice, and all of that. And when my mom came in, I said, look, why are these chicks not outside? They are supposed to be outside. And she said, no, their mother is careless. She just left them. I've never seen a careless chicken. And I just said to her, I said, see, you are in love with the chicks. That's the problem. So she left them in that basket. I think I came back, and she left them there, and then she was feeding them. She gave them garlic, she gave them rice, she gave them water, though under the basket. I think I came back 2 weeks later, and nobody was at home. I realized a few things. Some of the chicks were dead, some were blind, and the others could no longer stand. I have said this to say, don't let people love you to death. Don't let them protect you to death. They will protect you from the wild, but when you are not in the jungle, you cannot build for the reality of your life. Your life, hypothetically, is for the jungle. If they keep you domesticated, they are protecting you because they have their fears. Their protection is their poison. We are as strong and as weak as our biggest advantages. The man who is very powerful is often careless because in his mind, every time I show up, I will show power. And that's what happened to Samson. Don't let them love you to death. Secondly, with all that matters, with all that you have, at every point in your history, be brave with your life.
What a closing statement. Please put your hands together for all our speakers. That is much more than that, please. A round of applause for our speakers. Thank you so much. We have been indeed in a religious setting, we have been blessed. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that very warm introduction and that very warm welcome. May I quickly say a big thank you to Mr. Alex Imea and the rest of the team for convening this conference. Thank you so very much. Let me also say thank you to our other speakers. We have been enriched by what they have shared with us so far. And as we have seen their success, we are witnesses to their success. We will see even more ahead, and we will testify about it in times to come. We also look forward to seeing your success and seeing your name in lights and seeing you one day testifying about what you have become and of your journey of becoming. It's a pleasure to share this space with you, and my expectation is that from the time we share together, you will have practical tools to be able to make informed decisions to get you from where you are today to where you want to be. Allow me to, I would defer that part. Oh yes, I didn't come alone, as I love to do. I love to attend things like this with my girlfriend of 27 years. We have been married 21, almost 21 now. Please make welcome Mrs. Ikura Atomole. Today we're going to be discussing partnerships, benefits of partnership. And in doing that, we will be addressing what I think is the main question that brought you here. How do I move from here to where I want to be? There is that fear at some point in time in the life of every young person. Will I become it? Will I make it? The dreams I have, the hopes I have, the aspirations, will they come to pass? Or will they die within me? Afi and Ayiba and Olumati and Damola have shown us that it is possible. You can become. If that is all you take with you today, you have taken something important. Today, within the little time I have, I'm going to put practical tools and share practical experience how you can get there. It is a way, it's not the only way, but it's useful to have this information, it's useful to have these options, it's useful to understand particular contexts to be able to make informed decisions. What are the benefits of business partnership? That's what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be looking at the definition of partnership. We're going to be looking at what are the benefits, what will it do for you. We're going to be answering the question of what does partnership take from you? Because partnership will take certain things from you. It will give you, but it's also going to take from you. You have to understand that. How do I organize the partnership? How do I create a partnership? And how do I exit partnership? Okay, what is partnership? Next slide. Partnership is a voluntary contract between two or more competent persons to place their money, effects, labor, skill, or some or all of them in lawful commerce or business. Lawful commerce or business. Not go fire, please. Lawful commerce or business. With the understanding that there will be a proportional sharing of the profits and of the loss. Now, it is voluntary. Nobody forces you into a partnership. It's a choice you make. It involves persons, not just persons, but competent persons. Persons with ability, persons with skill, persons who have what you need to get to the next level, to move from here to there, wherever your there is. Now, in your mind, I'm going to ask you for just a moment to think about your dream. What is it that you want to do? What is it that you want to build? What is it that you want to put in the market space? Where is it that you want to be? Define it clearly. And then ask yourself, what do I need to get there? If you have a pen, if you have paper, take a minute, write something down. What will it take for me to get there? What do I need? Draw up a list. Draw up a list. I believe it will be very practical. What I do is very practical. So draw up a list. What do I need? Take your time. It's going to be good. Okay? Now, out of that list, what do you have? What you need, and then on another, maybe you can tick off, or you can write in a separate list next to it, what do you have? You will find that there is a big gap between what you have and what you need. Am I correct? Am I talking to somebody this afternoon? There's a big gap between what you have and what you need. Partnership is one of the ways we bridge that gap. It's one of the practical ways in which we bridge that divide, in which we help you leap across that divide. You need money. You need access. You need labor, skill. You need access to market. You need time. You need resources. Resources that might not be in your space or in your life right now. Partnership is one of the ways we get access or acquire those resources. We leverage those resources into our space so that we can achieve what we want to achieve. Next slide, please. The objectives of partnership is to secure affordable competence, finance, labor, skill, and sharing of risk for reward. It's not free. Partnership will take something from you. There's a cost to partnership. In order to get that benefit, we must be ready to pay the price of the partnership. What we experience in the Nigerian space is a lot of times people want the benefit, but they are not ready to pay the price. They are not ready to pay the cost. And too often they end up in an office like mine, and there are issues to be resolved. The popular conception is that partnership does not work in Africa. Partnership does not work in Nigeria. That it starts well in the beginning, but as soon as money begins to come in, all manner of things begin to happen, disagreements and disputes, and family quarrel gets into it, and people start going home for each other. You know what I'm talking about. But that is not always the case. With proper preparation and a proper understanding, we have partnerships that have done 30, 40, 50 years in this country and are waxing very, very strong. What are the benefits of partnership? We partner so that we can overcome limitations. As I said earlier, resources. You need resources, and those resources are around you, but not necessarily in your hand or in your life. But they are in the hand and life of somebody else. If I can bring that person into my endeavor, into my journey, that person comes with all the resources, all the skill, all the access that is in their life. And I can leverage on that. I need reach, access to market. No matter what it is that I'm doing, if I cannot access a market that will pay me for it, I'm not in business. It's just a hobby. The market has to pay me for what I do. For me to live the life I want to live. For you to live the life you want to live. No matter how good you are, no matter how skilled you are, you need access to markets. And possibly Mr. Maple will be sharing with us later today on that. So let's get ready for him. I really want to. I'm going to be taking a lot of notes when he's sharing. So I'm looking forward to that. Risk appetite. What does partnership have to do with risk appetite? Many of us, in thinking about business or in the things we have done, let me ask you a question. How many of you have carried along a friend, a brother, a sister? Oh, let's do this together. You have. Why did you do that? It felt good. It felt comfortable. It made you feel not so alone. It made you feel that if this thing goes wrong, I'm not alone in this. With this person working with me and walking with me, we can endure certain things together. Business is risk. There's the risk of failure. Businesses do fail sometimes, despite our best endeavors. So we carry a friend along for comfort, to share the risk. And that's not bad. That's good. But what I would hope is that after our time together, we will put some more informed thought to make some more informed decision about who we carry along in choosing a partner. So the benefits of partnership is that it brings about efficiency of costs. For example, I want to go into a particular business. Let's say I want to open a hairdressing business. Let's make it as simple as possible. I want to open a hairdressing business. I'm going to have to rent a space. I'm going to have to buy equipment. I'm going to have to hire staff. Now, every year I have to renew my rent. If you drive through GRA, and most of the commercial space in Port Harcourt, you will observe that many a business open with a lot of fanfare, big launch, but in 2 years' time, that property where they started is vacant again. And another business comes into that place and launches with a lot of fanfare. And in 2 years' time, that space is vacant again. And the cycle goes on and on and on. And some people begin to say, oh, it must be the landlord, maybe he did something. Poor landlord. It's not. It's simply inefficiency of costs. You are paying for so much real estate, so much space, and it's not maximized. You are not really, many people are not really using 50% of the space that they rent. So I have a hairdressing salon. I'm paying my rent. My customers, they come to do their hair. Would it be wise to add somebody to do their nails? Would that be wise? Would it be wise to sell a little makeup as well? Would that be wise? Some people are getting free business plan. I think and so I can partner with somebody. I've rented the space. You come in and do the pedicure and the manicure and share the rent. The hit on me at the end of every year in paying rent is reduced. My rent becomes more affordable. There's more efficient use of the space. And that's just one of the simple ways we can partner. Okay? We also have we also share our risk. Sometimes the core business that we do may have its slow times. There may be times when there are some markets that are seasonal. There are some times when, this market, things are really going well. For example, you are into clothing of a particular type. Maybe either in the dry season when it is hot, it moves. But when it's cold, nobody. So in that your season, you do well. But in the off season, what happens? So if you partner with somebody who is in the other season, your risk is shared across both endeavors. Those are some of the things that we should think about in taking a partner. Not just, he's my friend. She's my sister. It has to be more than that. It has to be more than that. Let me talk about reach. Let me share an example, personal example. Some years ago, 5 years out of law school, I resigned from a very prestigious firm and hit the market, only to realize that there was something called reach, access to market. I know what I'm doing, I'm good at what I do, but they don't know me. And I don't know them. And guess what? The guys that are in the companies recommending, let's use this lawyer, let's use that lawyer, they are way older than I was at that time. To borrow what Multimedia said, I'm a small boy. So, I needed reach. I needed an introduction. I needed access to those guys. Well, somebody approached me with a partnership. He's older. He happens to be a family member, in a way. And as if it is access, he has it. He has it. Wake him up from sleep and his phone is full of, can you do this for us? Can you do this for us? He knows everybody. But for him to sit down for 30 minutes to get the job done, he doesn't have the time or the temperament. So we came together, and it was a perfect marriage. I do the work. I don't need to do the marketing. Marketing is hard, guys. You know it, marketing is hard. Particularly if you are somebody like me, I'm shy. You don't believe that? Oh, I'm shy. So he does the marketing, and I get the job done. And it was sweet. That's reach. That's how partnership can get you reach. And here we are today. Immediately, let's talk about some of the things that partnership will take from you. Because if we tell you the benefits, we must tell you the cost you have to, the price you have to pay. You're going to have less control. You're going to have shared control. When it's just you, you can work when you want to work. You can sleep when you want to sleep. You can do the business how you want to do it. It's entirely your show. You can hire and fire how you want to do it. But when you take on a partner, your partner is going to have a say. Hello? Your partner is going to have a say. Your partner is going to have an opinion. Your partner is going to tell you that, well, for that job opening, I have a cousin. I've told her to come in for, did they ask you beforehand? I've told her to come in for the interview, and I strongly recommend. Your partner's going to have a say. Many people come into my office, want to structure a partnership. I have this wonderful idea. This gentleman has all the money, but I don't want this person to take over my company and be calling the shots. Hello? He has the money that you need, the resources that you need. He will call some shots. That person has an opinion. He or she has paid for the right to have an opinion. We must be comfortable with that reality. If control is very, very important to us, so important that we cannot give away some of it, partnership is not for you. There will be shared control. There will be less autonomy. It also means that decision making is slower sometimes because you need to consult. Because you need to take the time to communicate. You need to take the time to carry that person along. Because nothing kills a partnership faster than I don't know what he or she is doing with my money. Just took my money and after that I'm not hearing anything again. I don't know what's going on. I went to the office and I didn't even recognize anybody. What exactly is that? I don't know what's going on. And there's suspicion. Maybe he's making money, he doesn't want me to know. You will have to communicate. You will have to wait. Because when there's no communication, there's no trust. And partnership requires trust. You have to manage power dynamics. There will be power dynamics. Here you are. You just partnered with this much older person. This much older person who has let you run and do your thing, and now things are beginning to blossom, things are beginning to look good, and one day you got to the office and the person's car was parked in your parking spot. You went upstairs and the person was sitting at your desk, in your chair. Yes, I've been waiting for you to come in, please. I have some questions, what's happening here? And the person begins to throw weight around. There will be power issues, which you will have to manage. Hello? There will be personality issues, which you will have to manage. When you get a partner, you are taking everything about that person into your space, into your life, and into your business. Everything about that person. You are not just, for many, what many people are looking for in partnership is give me your money and stay out of the way, let me do what I have to do. It doesn't quite work like that. You are taking everything about that person. Everything about that person will show up in your business. You will have to deal with that person. If that person is somebody who is very suspicious, you will have to keep giving assurance again and again and again and again. You have to deal with that person's personality. You have to deal with that person's history. There will be power issues. I want to hire, or I just fired somebody for being very, very insubordinate. And the person goes to cry to the partner. And the partner said, no, let's have a meeting, let's resolve this issue. Let's resolve the issue means that I should do what the partner wants already, because he has made up his mind already. And if I allow that, that means that all the staff will keep, I lose total control. How do I manage that? Such issues will happen. Those are some of the issues that you have to understand. Because it was just you before. Is it possible for you to quarrel with yourself? Not likely. But now that you are two or more, dispute, disagreement, division, we have different visions, different ideas of what we want to do and how we want to go about it. These are some of the things that we will have to navigate. Now, today we're talking about partnership because it is the easiest form of bridging the gap to bring in resources and access, reach, all those things. There are other ways to do it. You could go limited liability, you could scale up even and go public. But for first steps, that's why we're concentrating on partnership. Because it's a partnership, let me use an example. When Sosoliso planes were falling out of the sky and there were plane crashes and people died, do you know that none of the directors of Sosoliso went to prison? None of them paid a dime. None of them suffered any loss at all because they are not personally liable for what their business does. They are protected because they did limited liability or even public company. But a partnership has no such protection, generally. You are personally liable. Your business is in debt, you are in debt. A judgment against your company is a judgment against you. Against your partnership is a judgment against you. It also means that if your partner does something negative, you are personally liable as well. What does all that tell us? Be very, very careful in picking a partner. Don't pick just based on comfort level. I'm comfortable with this person. He's my friend. We went to school together. We have history together. Does that person have capacity? Again, remember your list. This is what I need. Does that person bring what I need but don't have into the equation? That's your first checkpoint. Do we share similar values? The things that are important to me, are they important to this person? Can I deal with this person's character? Can I deal with this person's personality? Can we communicate? Can we understand each other? When we disagree, how do we handle it? Those are the things that we have to bear in mind in going into partnership, in selecting a partner. Now, just for a moment, I want you to look around you. Maybe you have a partner in this room. Maybe there's somebody here today who does something that meshes well with what you do. Maybe you have a partner somewhere around there that you do great things together. Run your checklist. Tick the boxes. Do your due diligence. Think it through. Next slide, please. What are the types of partnership? our partnership. So how does it work? There are 4 main types of partnership we're going to look at just very briefly. The first is the dormant partner. That is most people's dream. The dormant partner who gives you the money, gives you everything you need and doesn't ask you any questions, doesn't show up. In fact, he gives you the money in January and only shows up in December, where is my profit share, and then goes back, see you next December. That's your dream. Doesn't ask any question. You may get such a person. You may. It's possible. Maybe your uncle, maybe your dad, maybe your brother, your sister, somebody close to you that has that level of trust, because it requires a high level of trust for somebody to say, take my resources, take what I have, and the person is not concerned about risk. The person is not concerned that you're going to throw everything away. The person has such faith and trust in you that they ask no questions. They are not worried. That's what it will take to have this layout. That person has less control over the business activity, has no active role, plays no active role, rarely involved in decision making, lets you have your way. But such a person must be very close to you and have a lot of trust in you. More than likely, you will have an active partner. That's the reality. And that person will want more control. That person wants more involvement to protect their investment. Because whatever they give to you is an investment. It might not necessarily be money. Olumati shared something here in answering a question, that if you have a sponsor that can call and validate you, they will open doors for you and give, and businesses that they feel that you are not up to scale for, but because of that person behind you validating you, they give you the business. Do you know that that sponsor is taking a risk? He's taking a risk. What if you fail? His credibility takes a hit. So that person may, because of what they have at stake, not because of greed, as we sometimes are want to think, because of what that person has at stake, that person will want to have some level of involvement in what you're doing, to protect themselves as well, to protect what they are putting on the line for you. That person will be more involved in the decision making. Now let's leave money. Let's stop talking about money. Let's talk about some of the other things that we need. Let's look at our list again. A lot of things on our list we tend to monetize. That give me money so I can pay for this, pay for this, pay for this, pay for this, pay for this. But what if you can take on a person who will carry out those responsibilities for you without being paid up front? I will handle this, and that. You are trying to run a cake business. You need to do the cake. You need to ice the cake. People love the artistry you put into it. They love the taste of the cake. But marketing has to be done. Purchasing has to be done. Inventory management has to be done. Permits, regulatory compliance has to be done. If not, those boys from Abuja are going to visit your business. And nobody likes it when they visit your business. So I can take on somebody to do all that, handle the management. I will handle the actual creation. I can't pay you because I don't have the capital. But if you would give me your time and your energy, We can work out a payment plan. That's partnership. So it's not all about money. It's not only about giving me your money. Give me your time. Give me your energy. Give me your abilities. We can also do alliances. Now that's popular in services and the services industry. We do alliances a lot. In my industry, we do it a whole lot. And we see it play out in the public space. For example, presidential elections come around, and some lawyers, I mean that's what they have been waiting for. Presidential elections, governorship elections. And these guys come together as teams in order to handle that particular business. And we watch them on TV and you can see 20 lawyers, very senior lawyers, handling a case for one. They are not all in one firm. They all have different firms. But they come together to do this, get paid, see you in 4 years' time. The money is not good. If it was not that good, they won't be doing it every 4 years. So that's an alliance. I have my business, you have your business, but there's an opportunity. I can't do it alone. I can't handle it alone. So we come together. You handle this part, I handle that part, this other person handle, and then we all own the outcome. The outcome is in a judgment and the fees that follow from running through that process. We form an alliance. And there are some alliances that we will look at just before we, just as we're wrapping up. Each party will run its own business, maintain a distinct identity. Remember the hairdresser and the nail, the manicure and pedicure person. Separate businesses, separate identity, sharing the same space, sharing costs. At any point in time, the nail person can say, I have outgrown this space, I need to move forward. Easy to disengage. Flexible, but very profitable while it lasts. You can also create a joint venture, create a new entity. Like we have in the oil industry. Everybody will come together, Mobile, like NNPC, federal government, they'll come together, set up a company and say that company is drilling in this location. And then report back to us with their feedback. You provide money, you provide technical know-how, you provide, and then I will supply the MD, you supply the deputy MD, you supply the drilling manager. Joint venture for a specific, very profitable project. Those are some of the ways in which business arrangements and partnerships are done. Now, I'll run through this very quickly. I wish you would write it down. Before you go into partnership, define your objectives. Where are we going? What are we trying to do? Why do I need this person? Why do I need this partnership? Develop your business plan. Choose the right partner. Decide on the structure. Is it a dormant partner? Is it an active partner? What are you supplying? Write it. Draft your agreements. Too many people are doing partnership based on word of mouth. They don't have time. I trust this person. Oh, we have an agreement. It gets very, very interesting when they have to come to my office. And there are now major disagreements and there's a lot of money at stake because they didn't take the time to document and put it in writing. Or even worse, they put it in writing but they did not consult a professional. Now it is in writing and it favors one side and that person is holding you to your agreement. It is what you signed. It's what we agreed. Yes, you must do it like that. And I'm like, no, it can't work. Why can't it work? Did you not know it wouldn't work when we were signing it? Draft your agreement, but let the professional look at it. Register your business entity. Open bank account. Don't let partnership money be going into personal account. Just avoid that headache. Just avoid that trouble. Avoid that temptation. Because when your personal money mixes with the business money, your personal money will not come out. Just open a bank account and keep the money separate. Then launch your business. Sometimes every partnership comes to an end. You have to plan. As we are training you to plan to enter into partnership, you must also know how to come out of it. If not, it is a judge that will bring you out of it. And before you go to the judge, you will pass through my office. And my guys are not cheap. So what am I here today? Okay? By mutual agreement, we both agree it's time to go our separate ways. Sometimes the time frame, we entered into a partnership with a time frame that we will run this together for 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. And when that time comes, everybody goes their separate ways. Sometimes we enter into a partnership to achieve a purpose. We want to get to this point. And now we have gotten to that point. The objective of the partnership has been discharged. Do we need to continue together or do we go our separate ways? At that point in time, you make a choice. Sometimes a partner can decide to withdraw. We have been in this business, things are going so well, but all of a sudden I can afford to go to Canada. All of a sudden I can afford to Japan. And Canada is looking very attractive, so I want to go. Such a person may withdraw. You may also have to expel a partner. And I see this very often. We agree that this is what we're going to do. Mr. A will do this, Mr. B will do this. Mr. A is playing his part, Mr. B is sleeping at the wheel. Mr. B is just coasting along. In fact, Mr. B is doing another business. And Mr. A is doing the work of Mr. A and B. But when it comes to profit share, Mr. B shows up with a long knife and a long spoon. And he's looking very aggressive. Where is? You may have to, have you done what you are supposed to do? No. If you are not, then you may have to let the partner go. 2 slides, please. Again and again. Sorry, come back. Death of a partner. This one is very interesting. We assume that if a partner dies, the family of the partner should step into daddy or mommy's shoes. That's not the law. We may do that in our African tradition, our African way of doing things, Nigerian way of doing things, but that is not necessarily the law, unless it is in the partnership agreement that when this person dies, his parents, his children will come in and take over. It doesn't follow automatically. There may be restrictions. 2 lawyers or 2 accountants are running an accounting firm, and then one of them dies, and then the son, who is an engineer, here he comes and says, my father's share in the business. It doesn't work by law. My father's share in this law firm. The surviving partners inherit, not the family. So if family is going to inherit, you need to put it in black and white. And even then, it is still subject to the laws of that particular industry. There is nothing you put in black and white that will make a non-lawyer inherit in a law firm. It's not going to work. Can you do the job of a lawyer? No. So there's nothing for you to inherit. So bear that in mind. Next slide, please. Success stories. In all this long grammar, does it work? Does it work? Yes, it does. Next. Ajumabewe KK has run legal partnership for 43 years in Nigeria. It's one of the top-rated law firms in Nigeria. Started out as two young guys. In fact, they will tell you their first office was a 504 saloon car. All their files they kept in the boot. They pack it at a business center at Racecourse, Onikon. Why business center? Because there's a phone line there. That was the day before GSM. So on their card, they will just put that phone number and that business center. Anybody wants to see them, no, we'll come to your office, don't worry, we don't come to our home, we'll come, because they didn't have an office. But today, they are rated as one of the top firms in Nigeria. It's a privilege to have worked for these guys. MTN and Stanbic IBTC came together to form an alliance and launch mobile money, which is very, very successful in and outside Nigeria. But Stanbic IBTC has its own identity, runs its core banking business. MTN, telecommunication solutions, separate business. But mobile money has competition in Nigeria. But by the time you go to other countries, you see how big mobile money is in Kenya, Rwanda, some of these other countries. Stanbic IBTC is making a killing. Access Bank and Diamond Bank came together to form a bigger Access Bank. And Access Bank has such a large footprint in the banking industry all over Africa and even in Europe. Out of that merger, we are still seeing the results of that merger playing out. Dangote Group and Flour Mills of Nigeria. Flour Mills of Nigeria was small in the federal government endeavor with some of the challenges of belonging to federal government. But they put all their assets on the table. Dangote came in, and today Flour Mills of Nigeria PLC is dominant in the market space concerning flour mills and even across Africa. Many of us have drank Coca-Cola recently. You have drank a bottle of Coke. You drank Fanta, Everwater. You took a pack of juice. It's a strategic alliance between Coca-Cola Nigeria and Nigerian Bottling Company. Anything that they package, all the packaging is done, distribution is done by Nigerian Bottling Company. But the administration and legal liability is carried by the Coca-Cola Company. You will not see the signboard of Coca-Cola Company anywhere. You won't see it anywhere. But they are there. It is Nigerian Bottling Company that everybody sees and everybody knows. But there was a strategic alliance behind the scenes that is responsible for that success. How many people made fund transfer recently? You made fund transfer this week. That's because InterSwitch and Visa came together to set up and expand digital payment solutions network all over Nigeria and even outside Nigeria. If InterSwitch were to shut down today, you know our cashless policy only works because of these guys. They saw an opportunity ahead of time, came together, and today, wow. Who would have thought that Lagos State government would partner with Uber? Ordinarily, you would think that they would just put more buses on the road, but even that was not going to work. So, to provide transport solutions, if you have visited Lagos recently, it's tough moving around in Lagos. But they came together to do that and to ease the transportation situation in Lagos. You can imagine what Uber is doing in Lagos. In Port Harcourt, what do we use? Boats. Maybe River State Government. And boats have become a lot more expensive these days, right? Maybe there's an opportunity there for somebody. Maybe there's an opportunity for the next partnership, for the next entrepreneur. Maybe that person is sitting in this room. Maybe some people are sitting in this room that will do some magic together. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Well, I can partner with you. But we'll do all those agreements. I'm not taking chances. Everything he said, no, it's true. I know that a lot of us might have seen ourselves doing oral agreements, but black and white is the way to go. Okay, would like to call on our next speaker, but before then, please look under your chair if you see anything that looks like a gift of a paper. Aha. Aha. No, there are. In fact, there are some people who have left their chairs, so feel free to get a chair that is not yours. There's something that will unfold itself by the end of the event today. Remember, there's a raffle draw, so at the end of this, you will have to stay to see who will win that grand prize. But this one, it gives everybody the opportunity to actually get something. So be serious about searching. Yes. and the gift you win is very necessary for this weather, so you need to. Have you found something? No. Admin, what happened? Please, if you found, let me see. Okay, hold on to it. Some people see empty chairs. People are not looking. Oh, underneath. I need my papers to be complete before we move on. Are we up to 10 persons? 10? Yes, so. I'm telling you, you're not searching hard enough. Okay. You found one. You see, search properly. Are we up to 10 now? We have to. One person can have to. Find a partner. Secure a partnership with the second one. See, some people can't even find any. One person has to. Are we almost done? Are some people giving up? Okay. That's how some people miss their portion. They'll just leave their seat and go. You don't know, at that point, somebody will just take over. That won't be. Okay, one more time. Mr. Abayomi, everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Let us welcome Mr. Maple Dapa. After your profile.
Maple Dapa is the chief consultant of Maple Multimedia, a consulting agency focused on brand development. He is also the founder and head of the faculty of Maple Business Academy, a learning platform for business owners and entrepreneurs. He is a very versatile management consultant with over 14 years of experience in management consulting. This professional has worked with a diverse range of companies in Nigeria, including those in small business, oil and gas, aviation, agriculture, education, health, and hospitality sectors. Notable clients include Arik Air, Hotel Presidential, LG formerly Nigeria, Heineken, Champions Breweries, and more. He specializes in brand and business strategy, training, corporate governance, marketing, content development, and media management. He lives in the garden city of Port Harcourt with his family. Ladies and gentlemen,
a round of applause, everybody.
Ileap Summit stage, Maple Dapa.
Louder. Keep it going.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, so I've just found that I have 25 minutes, and I was initially given 40 minutes. So I have to struggle to condense what I have to say. I'll be doing more storytelling and maybe just infuse lessons and insights. I almost wished that I won't be called up anymore because I'm enjoying Mr. Abayomi. And I didn't know that he had come to the end of the session. Just when I was getting to really enjoy it, he said, "Good afternoon, everybody." I said, "What's going on here?" Just this morning, okay, just let me read something. Just let me read a very short conversation for you. Just this morning, somebody I don't know. Okay, 14 minutes. Just this morning, somebody I don't know messaged me. I like to read the conversation for context. So this is the person's message. "Good morning, sir. My name is," I won't call the name for confidentiality purposes. I don't know, somebody may know the person here. "I got your number from your socials. I would like to know if I can apply to be an intern in your organization. Full stop." So I was a bit confused. How do I respond to this? Because I'm already thinking, socials, where exactly did this person get my number? Because I've been trying to hide my number in recent times. Socials. And so I responded to the person, "Good morning, this." Because I like to take opportunities like this to point out things to people. I don't know what you may do with it. As against just snobbing or ignoring. So I said, chances like this come only once. It would have been best you sell yourself at once and give a convincing reason on what our company will gain from engaging you as an intern. Regards. And the person, of course, responded, "Thank you for your prompt response. I appreciate the opportunity to elaborate on how I can contribute to your agency as an intern. As an enthusiastic public relations and advertising student with a passion for advertising, I bring creativity and analytic skill to the table. I look forward to discussing further." I have not responded because I don't know what to respond. Maybe you think, "Are you sure this is not chat GPT reply?" Apparently the person still didn't get the point. You are asking me 14 years of sweat, hard labor. In fact, in Port Harcourt, because Lagos favors the business that I do far better than Port Harcourt. But some of us are not just after the money, we're also missionaries. And so we strongly believe that if everybody moves to, what exactly will happen with the teeming young people here who have hopes and dreams and can't all pour out to Lagos, right? So some of us will have to make that sacrifice of, we won't make all the money we want to make, but we still need to be here. Let's put down some foundation here to give young people hope. The reason is because what we've looked at for hope for many years, since 1999, if you get what I mean, has failed us repeatedly in this state. So we cannot continue to look to that place. 16 minutes. I think you are going to become my partner in progress. So pretty much, stay back here, do what it is that you can do, and all of that. But bottom line, what I'm trying to say is that in all of that, I've made sacrifices, sweat and all that, of over 14 years. And you're asking me in just one short WhatsApp message that I should bend my back for you to climb and pluck your mango fruit. It doesn't work that way. People won't say it most times. So you keep hearing things like, "We'll think about it." You know that "I will get back to you" that never gets back. So it's in your place, right, for those who are seeking apprenticeship at any level. It's in your place to think that, yes, I want this, I want to understudy this person, but what do I have to offer this person in return? What value can I give back to this person? It's not the person that will suggest it to you or whatever. You have to think about it on your own. If you can't think of anything, offer to pay the person to learn. Then let it be like the person says, "No, I won't take money from you." But at least that offer has shown that you're going to value what you're going to get. Why is all of this important? It's important because in 2020, something happened. Of course, we talked about COVID-19, how it affected us and all that, but in the heat of all of that, there was something that stood out and made a very strong point. And it has to do with the role of work. Our economy is driven by a couple of things. Government policies on one hand, energy on one hand, right? Energy, whether it's, petrol, or whether it's electricity, but there's that energy on one hand, there's government policy on one hand. Of course, we'll talk about things like good roads on one hand. But there is one thing that ties all of those things together, and that's human resources. That's what holds everything together. It's all called what? Productivity. A productive economy, if you like, or we call it production, from consumption to production. The one thing that holds it all together is the work that human beings do. So in 2020, human beings stopped working, except for essential workers. Or whenever a strike happens, maybe Nigerian Labour Congress forces everybody to go on strike, we stop working. When we stop working, what happens? The economy begins to slow down, and at some point, we say the economy is at a standstill. Now, while government is in control of electricity, fuel, road, providing good roads, and all of that, the one thing that private sector and you and I have in control is work. Is our work. That's the one thing that we're in control of. And the crisis that we are facing currently in our economy and regards to development is the fact that productivity is not just about the numbers. We have 200 million people. No. There are so many job seekers. Productivity is about the quality of people. That's why when employers say it, people on the other side of the divide don't seem to understand it. Because they are shouting unemployment, unemployment. And the employers are shouting unemployability, unemployability. Because you would have to interview to fill one role. Mrs. Aliba stepped out. She's a practical example. We've been trying to fill a role for her. And you don't want to know how many persons we've interviewed so far. And it happens all the time. I don't think any recruitment firm in Port Harcourt does as much recruitment as my firm. Because at some point we managed the Reef Jobs project. We initiated it as a matter of fact. And so we had the portal. We had 175,000 job seekers on that platform. And all that, right? And so we're seeing real data and all that. And we could tell for a fact that unemployability is a big challenge. And it is hindering work. We're discussing the importance and the benefits of apprenticeship. Because knowledge gained from school alone, whether it's secondary school, whether it's university, at any level, is not sufficient to drive productivity. We need hands-on experience. And so people shout, why would they ask for 5 years experience? Where do they want me to get it from? This reason is simply because they want to protect their own business interest. And where you can get it from is through things like apprenticeship, internship, volunteering, so that there's that balance somewhere. But even for you to get that experience through apprenticeship and all that, you must have value that you are bringing. There's this sense of, I don't know if I call it self-preservation, protection. He begins to guard himself. There is suspect already to him. The reason is not because he doesn't want talent. There's no forward-thinking organization anywhere in the world that doesn't want smart talent. None. The challenge is he's beginning to think in terms of this person, won't this person be a liability? Won't this person become another burden? With all of the challenges we are dealing with in this economy, we'll now have to start carrying this other person as an extra burden and all that. So that's where the reluctance is coming from. Okay, I'll need to discuss this with my partners. You sense the reluctance even in his voice. But believe me, if he gets to that point where he's convinced that this person is really smart, sometimes you don't even apply. He hears you somewhere. He hears about you somewhere. He's the one who is saying, please come. What are you doing currently? The reason why he's asking, he wants to know if you are free, if he can poach you, if he can bring you into his system. So he wants smart people around him. The opportunities are always there. If you follow the burial ceremony for late Herbert Wigwe of blessed memory, you will notice the pattern, how he met his PA. It was not a family member or anything. So even as a billionaire, he was looking out for a smart person that could be his PA. And when he found one, he held him, he took him like a son. You heard the narrative. During lockdown, COVID, they locked themselves up in an apartment. The man will leave his family for 2 weeks to be with his boss. because his boss always wanted him around. Even the crash that killed him, the PA was there. Just that the PA had to, I think, extra luggage or so, had to go by road. That's how he escaped the death. That's how close. He didn't know him from anywhere before. The same thing with the driver. I'm using very basic, common examples. That once we are able to show that we carry value, and this thing is the same even in our relationships, friendships, networks, and all that. You know, it's either we are bringing value, I think you it's either we are bringing value and all that, so people want to connect with us for our value, or they perceive us as liabilities, you know, and all that. That whole idea of, oh, I met this person at this event, we exchanged numbers, he has never picked my call. It's not because he's arrogant or anything, he's just not convinced, he's not sure how you could be an asset. If you are not an asset, then you are considered a liability until you prove yourself otherwise. Some of us would have to also do the same thing, provide people with apprenticeship opportunities. Believe me, after the first two, if it was blown away, if it didn't make sense, you wouldn't want to do it again because you want to protect your business interest. You tell yourself the same thing doctors tell us, this is not a charity organization. So it's the same thing. So bottom line is that for us to be able to drive the economy forward, we need stronger hands. We need competent hands. And book knowledge, I'm not putting down book knowledge by the way. So I'm saying it is not enough. We need practical knowledge. In practice, it's a different ballgame altogether. You may have followed all manner of cases for presidential election petition, governorship petition, and you may have followed. I mean, we analyzed those cases ourselves. We became accidental lawyers and all that, right? Even the lawyers amongst us who are interpreting, is it what that percentage for FC2? Is it and or or? And or we're trying to define what and means or means and all that. But bottom line that those who do it have a different understanding. Because practice is different from theory. Hand knowledge is different from head knowledge. And apprenticeship is what helps us to bridge that gap. We meet a lot of people who never went to the same schools. Think about it, when you board a public bus, you know, I think we don't have them in Port Harcourt anymore for now, those long buses along the barrow then. And somebody is selling traditional medicine to you. Right? If they clean this, if they clean that, think about it, where did they learn that thing from? Where did they learn it? And they are so convincing. I'm telling you, they are so convincing. They learned it from practice, understudied someone, somebody else understudies them. So I met a friend who brought in air fresheners from abroad. It was his own concept that he had produced, and he brought them. So I wanted to be the distributor in Port Harcourt. So we discussed in Lagos, and then I brought samples down that I bought in Port Harcourt, and I sent boys to take it to the streets to sell. And these other boys on the streets were laughing. Remember, I'm a business consultant, no be so I understand strategy, supposedly. These other boys were just laughing. And then one day they called my boys and said, come, we'll go advice on it. And then they shared things like, one, that the quality of, we use a colon. You know, they use some sort of, I don't know if I call it scented camphor. You know, but we use colon. So you actually have a very nice, you know, beautiful. But guess what? Within 48 hours, the smell of the colon is gone. 2 weeks, their own air freshener is still scenting in the car. 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So they said car owners would prefer that one that lasts longer. Remember, one was more expensive because it's colon, we use perfume. So nobody wants to buy expensive car air freshener and in 2 days time we'll keep buying it. When he has the one that will last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, even 1 month. That's one. Two, our price point was such that we're always looking for change. Their whole price point was such that it's always a round figure. That's why they don't sell Coke 120, 130 in traffic. Once they want to increase price, they push it. It's never in between. It must be a round figure. And I sat down and I thought about this thing. These people didn't go to school. They are just, secondary school leavers. Some of them didn't even write white and all of that. But see how much they understand. That's the power of practical learning. And so the point I seek to make is that for us to be able to boost productivity in our individual businesses, workplaces, whether as the business owners and all of that, we must focus on boosting that quality of work. And quality of work comes from quality of persons. Quality of persons come from capacity development. And everything boils down to what? Practical learning. Whatever it is you want to learn, at whatever age, you must be somebody who is willing to learn. And for you to learn, then you must carry a heart of service. Because nobody wants to be used. So if you come in the name of apprenticeship, or you only want to use someone or use a system, it will ultimately still not work. So you must be willing to serve. And that process of serving is never pleasant. It's never pleasant. Because sometimes you'll be sent on an errand. I'm trying it now. I have a son who is now grown, 7 years, and I'm sitting on the table. And I want something that is on that chair there. I'm here. I want something on that chair. I'll call him from the room. He will run and come. I say, yes, daddy. I say, give me that cup there. He told me the number of times. And then one day he stood and he looked at me. I said, but that is the thing is here. Why can't you not carry it? I said, my dear son, that's what they did to me when I was growing up. I can't miss more chance to do it back. But what I learned was that they were not just sending us that, it was teaching us something else. Because you can't truly serve, without going through that. It's never a pleasant experience. So if I come to understudy Mr. Bayomi, and I write a brief, and he looks at it and it's not so good, and he says no, I go back, I work on it again, and I come back and he says no, I come back again, the thought, and he says no. I most likely want to tender my resignation. Say, Abeg, what is it? I learn how I call kill me for here, and then they do again. It's worse with, forgive me, the people that they call Gen Z. Someone can wait for me outside. But the point is, if I'm able to subject myself, he's not punishing me. It may seem difficult, but there's a process. I'm learning thoroughness, attention to details. So if I'm able to subject myself to the process, as difficult as it may seem, it's like the experience of the Chinese sensei who is teaching, his boy how to fight. And then he tells his boy that if you ever lose any fight, I will beat you. Of course, we want to be pampered when we fail. We want to be encouraged when we fail. But here is somebody who is telling his mentee that if you fail, I will beat you, I will punish you. And so the mentee goes into fight, understanding that I can't afford to lose this fight. My master will finish me. Once he subjects himself to that process, he doesn't walk away. It's going to be better off for him. I tell young people, don't keep going around asking, can you be my mentor? Go and ask yourself, can you really? And it's not mentor that is farming. These days what we call mentorship is farming. You like somebody, how the person speaks and all that, so you want. But the real sense of mentorship, are you really ready to subject yourself to the rigor of mentorship? So that's another word for it, sir. Apprenticeship, internship, volunteering, mentorship. Everything boils down to understanding someone, the willingness to submit yourself to learning. And when you are going through that process, please, money should be either secondary or tertiary. Because it is the skill I learned from that woman for which she did not offer me any pay. It was later on, out of her own volition, she gave me some money as appreciation. It was not payment or anything. But it was that skill that helped me to understand research, how to design excellent survey questionnaires and all that. And guess what? At some point, she traveled back to Lagos. I said, so man, what happened with the project? He said, what do you want to do with the project? You handled it now. I said, just like that. He said, yes, I trust that you can handle it. be sending me report. And she left. And guess what? That was a project for the governor's wife, Amichi's wife. So it made me think, a project at this level, what will make this woman leave it? According to my friend, Olumati, small boy like me. But it made me understand that she was also observing, that I was learning, I was following every process. She's currently working on something else for the Vice Chancellor's Council of Nigeria nationwide. And she has sent me a message that maybe you are handling for this, you will handle the one for the South region. We've handled so many other ones. She doesn't even come anymore. For every other project we've handled, she doesn't come anymore. That's my own apprenticeship story. I'm a product of apprenticeship, even though it was never called that at the time. I never said from that point of view. It's now I want to go to school to learn what I've been doing for many years. Because for you to earn higher in the marketplace, you need paper. There are some clients that still want to see paper. So right now, we're going for the paper so that we can also up. Yes, but please, even if it feels like you're already late, in your 30s or your 40s, and you feel that time has gone, believe me, it is never too late. The application I currently have is someone who is 40 plus and rose all the way to the level of manager in one of the leading banks in Nigeria. And has come to just say, sir, please, I want to learn training under you. I want to learn consulting under you. What will it take? Can I volunteer? To be your PE and all that. And what we've been debating since, in all honesty, is that his face is like your own. He looks like a big man. His face is relaxed, white beard. When he comes out with his senator, his belly looks like Zaddy. So I said, how do we go anywhere? Yesterday too, we were at an event and we debate. I said, how do we go anywhere? Imagine I came here with him now. Where is Blessing? And Blessing is saying, did you come with anybody? I said, yes, see my PA. I said, I beg. I thought that this is going to work. We will find another way for you to learn. But this approach is, no, I don't. Maybe you got a shape or I don't know, but I told him, look at your skin. Because all this what we're complaining about NEPA light now, it does not concern him, but he has inverter in his house. So once he has done NEPA light, the inverter is connected to solar panels. So the AC runs through every night. Every night. So if you see your skin now, see the hair for your skin, see everything stand fresh. Sir, don't do this to me, please. Let's find another way around. And he's serious, he's been insisting. So I'm sure that at some point we'll find a middle ground. So, but be encouraged, because I hear it all the time. I want to learn this, but I think time is too gone. I think I'm now too old for this thing. It doesn't matter. So long as you are willing to keep age aside and submit yourself to learning, and you find somebody who is willing to teach. Because it's important to mention that not everybody is willing to teach. Because if you don't have that at the back of your mind, you become entitled. You get angry and upset that somebody refused to. It's the person's right not to teach. So what you have to do is to look out for somebody who is willing. It has to take two willing persons, a willing teacher and a willing learner. The willing teacher part is not under your control. The part that's under your control is that you are willing to learn. Somebody came, wants to learn consulting. A client who became a friend and has relocated to the UK reached out and said, maybe I knew you will not agree, but for my sake, please accept this young man and all that we did. And after from the very first week, he was always taking an excuse to be absent or to be late. And after about 4 weeks, he stopped showing up till today. No email, no text message, no WhatsApp, nothing. He just disappeared. But he's liking my post on Facebook. He's liking my post on Facebook. In fact, on LinkedIn, it's love he uses. I don't understand how he's processing this thing on his own mind. But please, once this is something you want to do, you have to be willing to subject yourself to the process. At what point are you supposed to report there? Please report there at that time. If you have any reason not to report there, say you're supposed to report by 9, you don't send a text message by 10 past 9 and say, please, I will be late. Sir, ma, you are already late. You send the message from the moment it's beginning to look like you may be late. You send them. So people know that you take this thing seriously, you are committed to the process. Because once it is not seen that you are committed to the process, the doors will be shut against you. And most times, you are not giving feedback on why the door is shut against you. Many people don't know, many people will struggle with finding a job simply because they've not gotten the privilege of feedback on why they were never invited for an interview. And they carry on that mistake on their CV, on their application letter for years without knowing. So whenever anybody is willing to give you that feedback, please hug them. It may be bitter, it may not be pleasant, but embrace it, take that feedback and go work on it. I'll close with a practical example. The story of Dorcas. I met Dorcas when we had the Reef Jobs job fair. She was moving to and fro the exhibition booth. We have lots of companies, about 37 companies who came to exhibit, pretty much to look out for talents. Because like I said, companies are always looking for talent. Big, small, medium size, they are always looking for talent. And, excuse me, please come. I noticed you've been going back and forth, but you've not visited anybody. Anything the problem? Said that she's having panic attack. I said, why? She said because she's been trying to get a job for about 3-4 years or thereabout, and not even a single interview. And so she's seen all of these employers, but she has this phobia. Why exactly have I not been getting interviews? What will happen if I visit any of these plans and all that? We spoke, and I encouraged her to just visit. I encouraged her to even ask them for feedback if they would be willing to share. I was not in the mood because I was too busy. So I said, okay, take my email address, send me your CV and your application letter. We'll take a look at it and see where we can possibly fix you. I read the letter, and she's somebody who is big on attention to details. She kept repeating it in her application letter. She kept repeating it even in the CV, personal skill, you see the attention to details. So just after, career objective, she has personal details. And then personal details, she spelled it personal correctly, and then she spelled DETIALS. Details. Ordinarily, it wouldn't be a problem. Oversight, typo, and stuff like that. But being a recruiter myself, I know that it's a big problem because of our emphasis on attention to details. And then the very word details itself. She felt so embarrassed. Being an experienced mentor, I had to help cover the embarrassment and the shame and encourage her that we all do find ourselves in that kind of place sometimes. She worked on it and everything. 3 months later, she came back with feedback that she had gotten 3 interviews. All 3 offered that placement. So the challenge was, I don't know which one to choose. So we had to now rub minds to decide the one to choose. By the way, it was not only the details that we worked on. We worked on a couple of other things on the CV as well too. Why am I saying this? If she did not talk to me, if she did not open up, if she did not subject herself to that learning process, be willing to take feedback, which, like I said, is still a form of apprenticeship. Apprenticeship is when it now becomes organized and all that, but it happens randomly. So what I'm saying is, let's also go beyond the randomness to truly want to subject ourselves to that learning process. Our own issue may not be the spelling of details. It may be something else. And it's that apprenticeship process, internship process, mentorship process that may be able to help us see where we're getting it from, see what we need to do differently, lay a bridge for us, and help us get the result we want to get. Thank you very much.
While we were talking about being a product of apprenticeship, some people know me, but some people don't. What I'm doing here today is a very far distance from what I do today. And the funny thing is, I didn't even know I learned this from, I don't want to call her my mentor. Let me just tell this story. It took me back.
So far back as 2008 to 2010, I was doing ushering, university, hustling, getting jobs and all that. So our boss then, her name is Jennifer Onyejikwe. She was one of the first, if not the first person to do etiquette training in River State. She was very popular, so everybody was always calling her for events. And whenever they call her for events, she would bring her ushers. I was one of the ushers. So Jennifer will be on the podium. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome. All those things. Me, I'll just stand there and be welcoming guests. But now that when Alex asked me to curate this event in the speaking part, I said initially I don't know if I can do this, but I remember I don't think I cannot not do it because I learned by sight how it's done. So apprenticeship is that training that you are not even aware that is happening to you. And when it's your turn, you just step in and feel it like you do. So this is not what I do at all. Thank you so much for that. I really feel proud for what I'm doing now. All right, so we're going to have a Q&A session. I hope our Q&A sessions right now. I hope you're ready with your questions. We'll just take a few and please, if you can just make your way to the announcements. Please, can we have the mics? Prepare your questions. Let's just engage our speakers.
Thank you. My name is Esther. I'm a psychotherapist. So, Mr. Bermi, that was a very beautiful, insightful presentation. And I have a question. So, I'm actually writing an ebook on mental health. And then someone reached out to me saying, oh, we can collaborate, like you co-author a book with me on mental health, make it engaging and all of that. So I found it a good offer or partnership, So I told the person, oh, that would be fine. I'm already doing something, so it wouldn't be bad working there because they are also a public figure, they are influential too. So, but after talking about that, we haven't started yet, but I think I was at the South of Media Week, and then with the little knowledge I have, I began to think about the need to write something. I don't know, so what is the role of the legal contract or agreements or any NDAs, anything, to be sure that himself were safe, or then if there are benefits or anything, how it is. I don't want to get into a messy situation, but it's somebody I respect so that we have both an official and a friendly ground, Thank you.
And in this situation, this person has been in the space, has been in the industry a little longer, and you are on the up and up. So there is a tendency to feel that there's a bit of a power imbalance. But for the fact that that person reached out to you is because you have value. You are bringing something to the table. So let the offer come from that person. Why did you reach out? What do you need me for? You might not put it in those terms, but that's what's at the back of your mind. What picture did he have in mind? Let him make his offer. And then you can negotiate. This is what I do. Okay, I can work with this, I can work with that, you must have a walkaway point. This is not what I'm doing. I won't do this. You must be clear in your head. So that you can approach that process with as much confidence as you need and yet self-awareness. It's an opportunity. You must also bear that in mind. Now, all of that is what is at the back of your mind. Concerning the contract, there are some certain, and the process, there are certain things you must be mindful of. If you have written a draft, that is your intellectual property. But you have not published it. It is not protected until you publish. So, if you are going to let him have your intellectual property, you must sign a non-disclosure agreement that he will not disclose it. You will also, the best way is simply to say, well, since we are going to, I've already prepared something, you have prepared something, let's protect each other's intellectual property. Let's sign a non-disclosure agreement that protects both of us. Present it like be signed, and then whatever you are forwarding, please forward by email, so that there's a record. Don't print and give a draft. There's no evidence of that. Send by email, receive by email, and then you now, as it were, can agree, because now you know what he has done. He knows what you can do. Then you can come to an agreement. A lot of people automatically think negotiation, oh, I want 50-50. But are you contributing 50-50? Let your contribution equate to what you are getting. If this person has name, this person has the access, this person has the visibility and the credibility, you don't have it yet. So you are leveraging on him, actually. So let that also reflect in what you are demanding.
Thank you. I'd like to bring up the question of the content. Like, we've talked about what the book will be about, we've shared those ideas. So it's just like, okay, myself sending a draft of maybe what table of contents would like, these are the things. So that contract, the legal aspect, is it my position to bring it up that, okay, would there not be papers to sign or something?
Yes.
Okay,
You should bring it up.
Okay.
You should bring it up.
Alright, thank you.
So can two poor people, don't use the word poor, come into partnership? I don't have the money. You don't have the money. I don't know anybody. You don't know anybody. But we want to be great together.
You have skill, you have talent, you have passion, you have drive, you are hardworking. You just don't have money yet. You are not poor. The cash has not come, but you are not poor. You have wealth, it just has not become dollars and pounds. As an individual, let's list the assets you have. You have family. You have friends. You have your social media account and your social space. That's potential customers. You have a level of training, a level of education that you bring to the table. You are not a blank slate. The other person too is not a blank slate. That person is bringing their family, their education, their background, their time. Because for your endeavor, this time and energy invested in a particular direction to get to a particular destination. That person is also bringing that. So you are not really too poor. It's just that you don't have cash. Two of you together can come up with a business plan and with a proper arrangement that the cash you need might not be so much as you think. The cash part, because a lot of times when we think of business, we think of paying people to do everything. We think of, oh, I need to hire staff to do everything. But if this person is doing what that staff is supposed to do, and it's not, we are doing it together, we are taking the risk together, that person is your partner. So that can reduce the cash you need to a manageable level that is easier to get an uncle, get an auntie, get somebody to give you the cash that you need to get out of the gate, and then you can grow from there. You are not a poor person.
Okay, so let me add to that, right? You are not a poor person. We're not talking to her now. We don't know who she was referring to. Maybe she was asking for a friend. So we're referring to the friend she was asking for, right? But we're using the same terms that were used. You are not what? Now the reason is this. If you are alone trying to build that business, and what you need is capital, it's not necessarily that partner you need. You need a different kind of partner. Capital is a different conversation. But doing the business itself, you really can't do it alone. Because one of the things that those who provide capital consider is what the team. What's the quality of team you have? The moment you present yourself as the only person, admin, HR, operations, going to buy fabrics, dealing with tailors, everything, you are the one. You are high risk. And the likelihood of getting capital will be more difficult. except for one uncle on who wants to support. And by the time they support and the money doesn't bring back results the first time, the second time they begin to give you excuses and why they won't inject funds. Even husbands, right, after the first 2-3 times of funding their wife business, nothing they come outside. The husband will start telling you one project is trying to do, why the company is. Bottom line is that it's not cool anymore to keep injecting funds. So you need somebody. And basically my advice is this: if it's one person you have, list everything that needs to be happening in that business down and divide it into two. Call those two things divisions. Division 1, Division 2. You are responsible for the things under Division 1. That partner is responsible for the things under Division 2. You guys work together. It's a lot easier for you to then get capital. Because if we put money in front when we're discussing partnership, we'll miss the point. Because you get money, but some people that give you money, they will frustrate you. School fees or school wants to resume after the business and nothing don't come out. I need money to pay school fees. I need money. They will frustrate you. Remember what he said. Dormant partners, active partners, a lot of those things, personality types. So once it is only money you're focusing on, it comes with its own. So what I usually say, if it's money you're even looking for, please have a criteria for the kind of person you take money. It's not every money you even take. So it's okay to have a partner that is building and running the business with you, and if you want money, you look out for a different partner for capital.
Thank you so much.
My question is directed to Mr. Tapaus. When I was going into the chemical industry, I had no idea about it, and that particular time I had no job. So I just want to start something. So I walked into, I did not know that man, but I approached him. He's into sales chemicals and also produce the things I wanted to learn. So I approached him that I don't have money to pay him. I just want to learn what he's doing, which he accepted. So he took his time, he teach me everything, free of charge. He gave me a black book. I used it. I went out in the field, look for work. When I get a job, I come back, he would give me the chemicals, I produce the things without paying him anything. I went back and delivered the job, come back and pay him back. That was the first year of my business. So as the growth of the business steps in, and experience I accumulated in the industry, I made to understand that most of these chemicals he says, they are adulterated chemicals. And just comparing prices between what he says and what others says. And his own is somehow higher. So for me also to make it, sometimes I would work at the end of the day, I might not earn much because of the prices and all sorts. And for me, for also to stand different in the market in terms of product branding and product differentiation, I start to look for ways to make my product also better. Because when I use what he has, and then when I work, there other guys work their own stands better than my own. So I found somebody that has what I need, which the young man also agreed to be giving me, doing the same way he's treating me, giving me what he had, this chemical for me to work and pay him back. So, when he discovered that I'm no longer coming to buy with him, he was disturbed, so he called me. That even if his price is going to reduce the price for me. But anytime I went back to buy from him, I would not still get what I want.
Sorry to interject. Please, can you just go straight to the question?
I'm sorry. So now, I stopped going to him. But not that we had issues. But incorporate my own brands and let it stand different and stop bullying. So now I'm having this guilty conscience within me that my the action I took, is this good, or I did not appreciate what it did to me when I approached him to teach. That is just my question.
Thank you for the question you asked. And over the last, 14 years thereabout, I've had staff leave my company. And there's a philosophy that I communicate to my staff now, and even staff of clients that I consult for. And that philosophy, I tell you, live well. You didn't do well. You have every right. I'm sure Mr. Barabi, you have every right. He talked about it to exit, right? You have every right to exit any relationship at any point in time. Even marriage that is a bond, right? The law still provides an exit, right? But you see, you just stopped going. You didn't communicate to him. So he was wondering why you weren't coming anymore. And that's one thing I always say. Once it gets to that point when you want to move on from an apprenticeship relationship, a mentorship relationship, internship relationship, whatever, communicate. Not everybody will take it well. Some may become vindictive, emotional. Just find the smartest possible way to go about it, but let it not be said that you left a bitter taste, right, in the mouth of the person, or you whack the food again, you beat the fingers that once fed you. As much as lies within your own powers, live well, exit on a good note. When anybody hears what happened, they will see that, okay, you have tried your own best. You don't just walk out of those kind of relationships. Even when you are afraid that you may not be taken well, just do your own bit. Just do your own bit. So I want to believe that if you are still in touch with him, you may want to go back and who knows that your feedback is what may help his own business. Think about it. His business may eventually run down if the quality is not good, he sells that high and is adulterating stuff. Give him feedback from your own clients, who you sold to, what the market is saying. It's not left to you whether he would accept or not. Of course, you know his personality, so whatever I'm saying is not casting stone. You know how best to filter and how best to present it. Thank you.
How does a comedian take another comedian that wants mentorship? They're in the same field, so amidst competition, amidst the awkwardness and all. So how do you manage such a relationship, especially when the person is willing to genuinely learn and the person doesn't feel like he's a competition for you?
Okay, so I'll use a personal story. Don't ask for the mic, right? Let's say you want to learn comedy, that's the question that was asked. Don't go to that comedian asking for the mic, asking to go on stage. It will be very rare for that comedian to accept. Go and ask how you can serve him. Let him be the one to decide what he wants you to do. If you go asking for the mic, you want to also, show your talent and all that, you won't get it. And a personal story. In 2012, Leap Africa, right? That's one of the reasons why when I was told about this event, I accepted immediately, because the Ileap just weakened my heart. I just remember Leap Africa. That's the foundation for everything that I do as a trainer, as a consultant. So Leap Africa had a training in Port Harcourt on employability with JP Morgan, LA King Stadium Road. And I was the volunteer, handling the front desk, organizing hotel where they would stay. I was the errand boy, in other words, and all that. And then when it was time to give announcements and address the trainees, I'll do that. And the trainers will come to their thing. Of course, I was interested in training, but I never voiced it to any of them. It was not the reason why I didn't volunteer. It was just something at the back of my mind. My early years of learning training. So while the training was going on, someone who was like, a mentor to me, OJ, was taking the classes alongside guests. He was a resident trainer, and then we were having different guest trainers come in and leave in the course of the 5 days training. On day 3, sometime around 2 p.m., OJ called me aside, away from the training hall, and told me that please he will need my help. I said, what is this, sir? Let me know. I've been helping since ever since the project started and all that. And he said that he's leaving for Lagos and he would want me to take the rest of his classes. From nowhere. I didn't see it coming. What happened? His father had passed that morning while he was training. How he even managed to still hold that training from morning till afternoon, I honestly don't know. I need that kind of grace. But he said he needed to go back home. He was the first son and go handle things, all of that. So I had to take over from there. I did not ask for the microphone. I didn't say I want to train. I was only just doing what? Serving. Go and photocopy. I'll go and photocopy. Stay at the gate. Let latecomers not come in. I'll go and stay at the gate and be fighting with latecomers. And all that. Help us go and stop taxi. Then there was no boat or whatever. Help us go and stop taxi. We want to go and stand on the road and wave taxi. In fact, one of the team members was somebody that was older than with almost 8 years. But I still went to do what? And then the baby used to have attitude. So me now, but I call back and I was trying to with this. I will go and I will wait. She will send me on errands. But see, it was the organization, it was not just her. So it doesn't matter whether I was old or anything. I keep age aside and all that. I just simply did what said. And when the moment came, I got the platform, the exposure. So if you go straight for I want to be a comedian, give me the mic, let me share my own jokes, you most likely not get it. Just go and say and wait for your moment. You are not the one to determine or dictate when is your moment. If you go to Mr. Bayomi and say, give me client files, let me also handle the case. Yeah, we must be joking. But that's some serious work and lots of confidentiality and all that. And he wants to be able to test your character, how trustworthy you are and stuff like that. It will take a while. It will take 6 months, 1 year before you get to handling files. So if you go from the concept that you want to handle files, they won't say a word to you. But you won't see it. I hope that helps.
To present the gift. Alex, would you mind? 48. A round of applause for her. Thank you so much. Are you sure you came on time? She came in the emergency. Raffle joys. Okay, so let's just have at the power band presented to her. It's just You're not clapping enough.
On behalf of the Ileap community. And she said she misplaced hers on Sunday, so God bless you that. So on behalf of the Ileap community, we just want to say thank you for being part of this.
There's a way God answers prayers. The strangest ways. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Number.
It's blank.
Number
42. 42.
I don't know. You should take because he covered it. 42. Another lady. Wow. It's lady. Alright. Okay, we present you with an airport.
What's your name? Liberty. So on behalf of the Ileap community, so we present you Liberty, the liberty to listen to this. Without wires. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for yourselves. Thank you. So for all of us that picked one or two things under the seats, we have some nice weather-friendly gifts. You know what I mean by weather-friendly? So by show of hands, your ticket or your paper, and you need to stand so we're sure that it should be more than this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7. Okay, so you just come by yourself, wave to our camera, Ileap the towel, hand over to this. Can we have music in the background, please? Both of them. Thank you, you're welcome.
Thank you so much.
So, yes, you're welcome. There were some people who played the game, the card game earlier. I don't know if they are here. Kella is still here. But Chris and who else? First, it was the third person. Second, who was the third? Chris. Okay, so join them. Okay, maybe we're feeling very frisky, so let's just do small draw again for another person to win the share now. So we'll go with the gifts. Okay, so just speak. Just keep Number 39. Another gift. Alright. One more. Thank you for coming. Number 26. Who's 26? Blessed are you amongst. Thank you so much. Can we have
your support and your help anytime. Thank you very, very much, sir. So we also want to thank those that partnered with us and supported us in this whole process or project. We couldn't have done it without them. So we have Hurricanes Event Place. We didn't have to pay for the hall, so this hall was given free of charge. There's really food and nutrition. I'm sure you had something out there and you can still go out to eat. And there's a toxic group, there's Blue Cross, CDP group, there's K-Flex, Stop and Snack, there's Gulf Multimedia, there's Petres Guards, there's Hadassah, Host and Hostesses, and there's Alexi Events. Thank you everyone for your support. And finally, I want to also thank every one of you here for honoring the invitation. Oh, not finally. So after I thank everyone, I also want to specifically thank my team members. Every member of the Ileap, wherever you are, please can you just stand up for recognition. Community members, that's Gabriel, that's Casey, and that's Samuel, that's Kevin, that's Faye, that's Maureen, and that's Atoye, and that's Good News. I think, where's Blessing? Oh, Blessing in the camera. So thank you all Ileapers. Thank you so much. The community is still open. If you want to be a part of the community, please wait behind. And I also want to thank my sound guy, Engineer Ephraim, and Obi on the screen. So thank you so very much. Thank you. And from us to you, this is, so till we'll see next year, 2025. It's going to be better, it's going to be bigger for next year. Thank you so much.
This is a GAF Multimedia production.